They have mute.
हेलो हेलो वन ऑडियो आ रहा है सर वन का। हेलो टेस्टिंग। हेलो। ठीक है सर ठीक है।
Titleist 3 blue line. Titleist 4, 2 green dots. Titleist 4, Titleist 3 blue line. Dots. Two.
Titleist 1,
Yeah.
red.
पहन लो भैया आज के बाद इधर रखो चन्नई पानी पिलाना चन्नई पानी हाँ विल्सन भाई क्लियर है
This is pay of order for match number 16. Mohammad Azhar, Yasas Chandra MS, Subhas Tamang. Please
गुड
clear.
लक
Thank you.
थैंक यू
Good job.
decline. Mark. And these two red dots go we one.
Hi, Gaurav.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. You're from here only?
Nope. Hyderabad.
You're from Hyderabad?
Yep.
Very good, eh?
Hello sir.
Gaurav.
And जिस रात के साथ खेलने का मौका मिला मुझे.
Fight पर नहीं खेले, यहाँ खेलेंगे. Titleist 4 with red and mark.
At least 3 black and you mark.
Titleist 4.
At least 2 is a bad dot.
Play well, boys. Have a good week.
All the best guys.
Good week. Have a good कैंडल से आया दोनों नहीं ये तो घनश्याम होता था एक यहाँ से पतला सा जिंदा मर गया जिंदा
You just can't miss the scenic Sabarmati riverfront or the majestic and record-breaking Narendra Modi Stadium, where every success is celebrated with energy-packed dandiya and garba. As we make our way to the prestigious Glade 1 South Southern Club, Ahmedabad. Chandigarh's Yuvraj Sandhu, winner of the PGTI season opener last week, joined Manu at the top to enjoy a two-shot advantage over others at the halfway stage of the 1 crore Glade 1 present Gujarat Open 2025. Manu Gandhar, a former winner at Glade 1, scored a total of 6 under 66 as he carded second round score of 35. Welcome to our pre-game show on day 3. I've got two fantastic gentlemen alongside me. Amandeep Joel, the PGTI CEO, and I've got Aditya Raj Chauhan, our lovely host for this week, general manager of this picturesque golf course we are seeing. But as I've got two gentlemen over here, we've got two more gentlemen who've been fighting out on the golf course. What's your prediction, Amandeep, for day 3 today? Whether it's going to be Manu Gandhar's or it's going to be Yuvraj Singh, or have you got some other name on your mind?
You know, before I talk about golf, Vivek, I'm going to talk about this beautiful resort. And like you said, the host, Aditya, here at Glade 1. This, I tell you, is one of the world-class real estate projects here in Gujarat. We are so excited. The PGTI is so excited to be here. You could be very well in Arizona, I promise you. The quality of design, the construction, the architecture, and the entire curation of this project, it's mind-boggling. Fantastic job done by Glade 1, and I'm really proud to be associated for them to be hosts this week. Going back to golf, I think we've got Yuvraj Sandhu, who's on a hot streak. I mean, he had a great win last week in Calcutta. He's obviously playing great golf. But let me tell you, because of the uniqueness of the format of this week, because they've only got 9 holes operational as yet in this beautiful Gary player design, which is, I think, 18 are going to come up in the next couple of years. We've only done 18 holes and 6 under par with Manu Gandhar and Yuvraj Sandhu. I think both of them, Manu has been a Order of Merit winner, Yuvraj on a great streak. But let me tell you, Saptak Talwar is right behind and sniffing at 5 under par. So you can't count anybody. And then we've got 10 players playing at 3 under par. So that's it's anybody's game for the next 2 days over the next 36 holes.
Aditya, you've done the commentator's hat for us, right, in the past, but I want to ask you the same question to you. He's played it safe, obviously, as the PGTI CEO. He'll play safe for that. But what's your prediction? You think Manu versus Yuvraj is going to be, or like he said, they've got a lot of other set of players who can probably come up? You know this course like no one else.
All right. So on that question, Manu has won over here. He knows the golf course in and out. He's performed extremely well, but you can't count out the challengers in terms of Yuvraj. As we've seen in the previous years, both these boys have gunned it out for numero uno position. Manu came out on top that time. Let's see what happens over here. But the general consensus from the players, what we've seen is that they've had a blast playing the golf course because it's a 9-hole track. You need to be really edgy and sharp on your game. You never know when you get a blow hot or a blow cold streak.
Aman, you spoke about the format of just playing 9 holes over here. How does it make a difference for the golfers from the golfer's perspective? It is good for them because they know when they go up, the front 9 and the back 9 is almost the same.
See, it's almost like a 100-meter run, for somebody who needs to come out of the block very, very quick, shooting birdies. The hole number 1 is not an easy hole. It's one of the toughest on the golf course, the hole number 1 and 9. So, you have to come out with your A game to make sure. Many great players have missed the cut. I mean, Rahul Ganji missed the cut, which is, he obviously had a little bit of an injury issue. But good players have missed the cut, which just goes to show that, you have to be on your A game right from the start. But going back into contending, people who are contending, there's so much of depth now on the PGTI. We've got a cut at even par over two rounds here on 18 holes, but still even par cut on the PGTI is unheard of on this treacherous track. The greens are running at 11.5 on the stump. They are playing pristine conditions. The wind hasn't picked up. That's one factor, Aditya. I think that really plays at this great golf course of Glade 1. The wind really hasn't picked up, and we are hoping that the last 2 days the wind will pick up and the players will have more challenges and more exciting golf over the next 2 days.
Aditya, how different and how challenging would be day 3 over here?
Well, day 3 will be a testament for the players because, as clearly explained by Mr. Joel, that it's a dash for the first 2 days and then it becomes a marathon of 18 holes. All the holes are the similar ones, but as long as you are very well placed in the fairways, you can attack the greens because the greens are running at 11.5. And yes, as a Gary player design, you'll always find world over wind being a very big variable. So is over here the case. It's an open track, so the wind affects quite a bit on the golf ball and it then plays a bit of a havoc on the player's mind. But just to be on the safer side, players will want to be cautious on holes 1, 9 because of the island green and the susceptible nature of the ball playing a little bit of a troublesome mistress when it comes to so much of lush water around and a very small target.
So I'm going to ask you, before I leave you both gentlemen, your prediction, your scores at the end of day 3.
My prediction is somebody's going to get the Nissan as a hole-in-one. We've already had a hole-in-one in the qualifier on the 7th hole. So, but we are hoping somebody's going to get. But on a serious note, I think anybody in the top 13, I mean, there are 13 people at 300 par or better. So anybody out of the top 13, I would put my money on any of them. And I know my players at the PGTI, we will see some very exciting golf over the next 2 days. That's a guarantee.
Aditya, you think you're going to see a score of 10 under by the end of day 3?
Well, I spent some serious time on the range watching Gaurav Pratap, Om Prakash, Yuvraj Singh, Manu all striping the ball at all the flags. So I won't be surprised if at least not one, maybe 2, 3 guys can break the shackles of double figures and reach all the way up to maybe 12 under par at the end of the week.
Yeah, but before we close this, let me just tell you one thing. All 3 of us are wearing trousers over here, but this man has made sure that the players can have the comfort of wearing shorts. So we've got the shorts allowed now on the PGTI. So you want to say something about that?
Well, I think, India is a peculiar country. It gets more hot usually. And I want, the players to feel comfortable, be athletic and their best. People come out to watch good golf. And we are making sure that the shorts are, with according to standards, world standards, like the European Tour, like the Live Golf Tour, as well as the Asian Tour. So we are going to make sure they're smartly dressed. My players are very fit. They're very good looking, very athletic. And I promise you, they let them play good golf wearing shorts and become an international PGTI.
So that's a short version you heard from Amandeep on the shorts thing, but we're going to have a lovely package playing out for you during the course of this particular telecast. But right now, it's back to action, back to the comm box, over to V. Krishnaswamy.
So there it was. Amandeep Joel, the CEO of the PGTI, along with Aditya and, of course, our producer and anchor also, GS Vivek. They're at a Glade 1 Golf Resort, the second tournament of the season. So it's Glade 1 presents Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2025. It's been a regular event on the tour. It's been held every year since 2020-21. So this is actually the 5th edition, and the prize purse has escalated, or rather risen, from rupees 30 lakhs when the event was first introduced on the tour to a whopping 1 crore rupees. The previous winners, it's a fantastic list there. That you also see the weather conditions out there. And so we're going to have some excellent conditions. Both Amandeep Joel and Aditya said there is hardly any breeze out there. Perfect conditions. The greens are rolling at 11.5. So it's actually quite a 21 degrees, slight bit of, it's been nice and warm. And of course, as Amandeep also shared with us, the players are now allowed to wear shorts. So great stuff there. A new experience for our players, in a tropical country like ours. Shorts makes it more exciting. And of course, we know that these boys are fit, raring to go, and always, come up with something fantastic. So then the past winners include Abhinav Lohan, who's the defending champion here from 2024, He beat Manu Gandas, who's there swinging and getting ready there in beige, light yellow shirt, and he's getting ready to swing on. And there is Jamal Hussain, who has been a fantastic player from right across the border from Bangladesh. Jamal Hussain won in 2023. He beat Rashid Khan and Saptak Talwar, who's among the top contenders this year, right now, was tied seventh. In 2023, Manu was actually playing on the DP World Tour, so he didn't come there to for the 2023 championships. In 2022, Manu Gandas won this very course, and he had a three-shot win over Harinder Gupta and Yashas Chandra, who is actually there in contention this week. Right now, was fourth in 2022. In 2021, it was Om Prakash Chauhan who beat Manu Gandas. So Manu Gandas has a fantastic record at this golf course and at this tournament. Rashid Khan was third in that, and Abhinav Lohan, who won in 2024, was tied third in 2021, and of course Veer Ahlawat. So it's a tournament of champions in a manner of speaking. Veer Ahlawat has won here, has come very close here. Abhinav Lohan has been very good here. Manu Gandas and Om Prakash Chauhan, the last three order of merit winners here. So Veer Ahlawat, Manu Gandas, Om Prakash Chauhan, all of them love this golf course. And right now on the screen, we see Saptak Talwar, 26 years of age. His home course is the JP Greens Golf Resort. He turned a professional in 2021, and he has actually been quite a solid player. He's always done well. He's played abroad. He's got a conditional status on the Challenge Tour, which is now called as the Hotel Planner Tour in Europe. So, any predictions there, Rahul? I mean, right now, predictions, of course, are always a very hazardous job. The second round leaders have been Manu Kandas and Yuvraj Sandhu at 6 under, and of course, the format was explained just a minute, Rahul. The first two rounds were 9 holes each, and the third round is going to be 18 holes. That means this lovely 9-hole course will be played twice over with different tees and different pins for each of them when they come the second time around. The leaders right now, the joint leaders, Yuvraj Sandhu and Manu Gandas at 6 under each. Rahul.
Yeah, Swami, like we've heard conditions today, and from what we can see on the screen as well, that winds is low. And if you look at the scoreboard of the players who have already started earlier today, very low scores already. Thangaraja from Sri Lanka, he is 4 under. A couple of others, the 11 players, if I counted just now, are 3 under or better from those who have started this morning. So already the leaders, Yuvraj, Sandhu and Manu Gandas are under a bit of pressure. We will see how they cope, and this is probably the penultimate or one of the last 3 groups to be teeing off today. And definitely, the conditions so far seem to have helped those who started early. And whether these late starting groups can, sort of will continue to get that sort of favorable sort of conditions as the earlier starters did, remains to be seen. But yeah, it's already, like I said, the pressure is on the leaders already.
Yes, that's right. This is the lead group. Saptak Talwar is there in front of you, ready to tee off there. And this telecast is brought to you by the ABP network, and this has been part of PGTI's promotion of trying to get golf to as many people as possible. So we have the last 2 days, the final 2 days of every championship, telecast live, and for the viewers. And we've been told that the viewership has been increasing and rising. So that's a good omen. And of course, the prize purses are rising as much. As I said, this is a tournament which started as a 30 lakh event 5 years ago, and now it has got 1 crore on offer. And one of them, gentlemen, young men, vying for that purpose is Yuvraj Sandhu, who is looking for his maiden order of merit. He came pretty close to it 2 years ago, and he was pipped at the post almost by Manu Gandas, who's also with him. So Manu Gandas and Yuvraj Sandhu at 6 under, joint leaders after the first 2 rounds, which were 9 holes each. So 6 under for 18 holes so far, played over 2 days. A colorful shirt. They've all chosen to Yuvraj has chosen to stick to his traditional trousers, even though the PGTI has given them the leeway to wear shorts. There's warm weather, new things happening here. So there you see 1 and 10 on the big board there, right behind Manu. That basically shows that this is a tee box which is being used for the first and the 10th hole. There will be two different tees. That means the distance will actually vary a little bit, and so does the flag position on the greens. 8 wins for Manu Gandha. 6 of them came in a single year in 2022 when he won the Order of Merit and went on to play on the DP World Tour in 2023. When he was playing the DP World Tour, that was the time he missed this event, which probably is one of his favorites.
In fact, the same year, I think Manu was on that hot streak. So was Yuvraj. He, out of his 7 tour wins, 5 of them came in that 1 year alone.
That's right. He was on a fabulous form. I mean, he was just absolutely stunning that year. So awesome. And so that's there is all three of them lovely fairways there. The Glade one resort is actually one of the nice ones there, and I could see that Rahul was salivating over the golf course. Just seeing the pictures. Any views on that, Rahul? Or,
I think this is, look, like we already said, you're already seeing the scores plummeting. I mean, Tangaraja is 4 under for the day. Khalin Joshi is 4 under for the day. Rashid Khan is 3 under for the day. Hani Basoya is 3 under. Tushar Pannu is 3 under. So it's already we are seeing signs like what we heard Amandeep and Aditya and Vivek talking about, that they expect scores to go low. Aditya, I think, forecast 12 under finish score. That might be pushed because, and these guys are early season, but they're already showing good signs of form. Yuvraj has just won the season opener in Calcutta, and and look at the way they're striping the ball down the center of the fairway. So it's good signs already that they're going to, scores are going to be, and the course is going to be challenged by the looks of it.
And another thing, there's the action replay. Lovely camera work there by our team boys there in Ahmedabad. As our Amandeep, the CEO and a former professional on the Asian Tour, who's also played on a few on the European Tour, and he still plays. And look at him, how remarkably fit he is. So the quality of the game has gone up a lot, and the scores are showing that. The cut was actually at even par. Imagine the PGTI cut these days at even par. It shows how well these young men are playing. There's a lot of money out there to be played, a minimum of 1 crore rupees each week, which often goes up to 2 and even 3 during the course of the season. 3 international events, the Kolkata Challenger, the Delhi Challenger, and of course the Indian Open. 3 international events which are part of the PGTI schedule. The PGTI has already announced 11 tournaments, 11 successive weeks. So that is a huge thing for the tour, the boys. They have a lot to play for each year. So I would say that there is so much incentive for these people to stay fit and do well.
This is where I think every one of the surviving 53 will have to be at their best, because like we heard on the stem, the greens are 11.5. I don't think that's a speed our PGTI players get on a normal basis. So this is going to be another test, and the fact that this is a 9-hole played twice over doesn't take away from the fact that it's actually a long course. I mean, 7,000 plus yards makes it one of the upper level of distance in terms of distance that the tour will play through the season, and 7,000 almost 7,100 yards close to.
Rahul, we were just talking about, the course, the quality of the players. Now here this group, Gaurav Pratap Singh, Rohit Narwal and Vishesh Sharma. Rohit and Vishesh have come through to the main tour via the qualifying school. So there's a huge amount of incentive for these guys. Rohit was actually a runner-up at the All India Amateurs a couple of seasons back. He lost to Subhash Tamang of Nepal, who is also in the field here and playing well. He's also contending. He was in the third last group alongside Yashas Chandra. So what actually is happening is that there is a whole bunch of players in their late 20s and early 30s, and quite a few of them, right there on their heels in their early 20s. So there is a lot of competition. There's a lot to play for. And of course, there's massive incentive for the Order of Merit winner to get a full card to play a full season on the DP World Tour. So that was Gaurav Pratap Singh sinking in that putt. Straight, dead center, no nerves. So these young guys are pretty fearless. No wonder the scores are going down rapidly with each successive tournament and each season.
And like you said, Swami, if these two youngsters have come out from Q school and they're straight away, in contention in the second tournament of the year, and it shows that how quickly they make the transition from being amateurs or rookie pros into contending for honors. It's brilliant, and this is something that PGT I'm sure will be very happy about, that their Q school graduates are immediately in the frame for the big prize money amounts.
That's awesome. This is exactly what I meant. These are youngsters who know that they have decent money to play for. Sure, their goals are to get to the DP World Tour and eventually to the PGA Tour, which there is a clear-cut pathway from the PGTI. You can get to the DP World Tour. The winner of the domestic tour gets to the DP World Tour, and the top 10 from the DP World Tour then get a card onto the PGA Tour. A good many players have done that in the past 2 or 3 years, so there is a lot for these players to look forward to. There is Manu Gandas. He played a full season on the DP World Tour. One interesting thing, Rahul, is that all these players like Manu Gandas, Veera Rawat, Yuvraj Sandhu, they were all contemporaries of Shubhankar Sharma, who's now become a regular on the DP World Tour. And Shubhankar keeps saying that it is so good to have all these guys. I wish all of us could be there together on the DP World Tour. It would be such a great Indian family of golf of sorts.
Manu with his second shot, he's gone for the green, but doesn't look too pleased with the result of. He was just off the fairway, I think. And the moment you get into the slightly feathery rough that's on the edges of the fairway, you have a problem, because controlling the ball is not as easy as it is from a better lie like the kind that Yuvraj has for himself. So a lot more control, a lot more spin available from the fairway. From the edges, not so much. And Saptak, who had a good 24 with his second shot.
Saptak, the only player of the three in the final group to have opted for the shots. Very good. Would have been happy with a little bit less roll. Saptak, his home course is the JP Greens in Greater Noida. Lives in Delhi. He played college golf in the US before turning professional, and he also played in the Maxi Tour in Canada. So he's been around a while, and he's got a limited status though, on the Hotel Planner Tour, which was called the Challenge Tour formerly, the second rung tour of the European Tour, the DP World Tour. Yuvraj Sandhu also not too pleased because couldn't see the
seemed to
catch
have
the ball.
strayed to the right side of the green, and it's just got water on. If you go too far right, you could be in trouble. But that looks to have stopped well in time. So from what we can see, Saptak is the only one on the dance floor. Manu and Yuvraj seem to have drifted a bit to the right. Conditions seem perfect, Swami. Look at the absolutely clear skies. Even the wind is not too high. The trees seem relatively still.
It's a lovely golf course there. Gary Player designed. It's been there for a while. It's a 9-hole course right now. And as Amandeep was sharing with us, it's going to be converted into an 18-hole facility. And that will be really worthwhile. I mean, there's a lot of golf.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot over bridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Nine-hole golf course And the players played 9 holes each in the first 2 days, after which the cut was applied for the top 50 and ties, and the cut came at an electric even par, really a low score. Of course, it was 18 holes, but still low score. This tournament is 54 holes. The first 2 rounds, 9 holes each, and the last two, after the cut, become 18 each. So it's 54 holes, and after the first 2 rounds, this is the lead. Hoping to get a few starts on the Hotel Planner tour, and I'm sure he's looking forward to those two Hotel Planner events next month in Kolkata and then in Gurgaon. The two tournaments, of course, co-sanctioned by the PGTI, which has an alliance with the DP World Tour, and so that will be something which will be really useful. Remember, a couple of years back, Om Prakash Chauhan won a tournament on the one of the two Challenge Tour events, and he went on to top the order of merit. So there is a huge incentive each week, and of course, as I said, every week there's a crore of rupees, and 15% of that goes to the winner. So that's 15 lakhs, which is a fair amount, a decent amount to look forward to. Talking of if you see the runners here at the bottom, Hani Basoya. Hani Basoya is another player who played along with these guys as a junior amateur about 8 to 10 years ago. Hani, Manu, Veera Lavat, Yuvraj Sandhu, Shubhankar Sharma, they all used to play together on the amateur circuit of the IGU. And Shubhankar once told me that Hani Basoya was so consistent that if he was in the field, most of the others would actually be playing for the second place. But of course, when he became professional, Schumacher overtook him and is now on the DP World Tour, while Honey is wanting to get there also.
And as we see, both Manu Gandas and Yuvraj Sandhu found the bunker on the right side of the first. Was a par 4, long par 4, 470 odd yards. Gandas has splashed out successfully. Now it's Yuvraj Sandhu's turn. He will want to land and make sure the ball checks and not gets it
Look at
too
the
far.
beautiful course there, Rahul.
Plenty of water looks by the looks of it fine for the players to contend with. They have to be accurate, they have to be in control of distances. And like we just saw, I mean, it's very, you can probably drop a shot quickly. And this is like, I think we heard Amandeep Joel mention that this is one of the tougher holes. And you're getting an idea of why. There's a lot of water guarding the right side of the fairway and the green. Bunkers that the two leaders, co-leaders, both found themselves inside that. Saptak now with a birdie putt, hoping to close the gap, too short gap. The co-leaders have on him, taking his time with that, getting a feel with the head of his putter. Fast greens 11.5 on the stint, going downhill as well. Looks to have just that very well indeed.
Just goes past.
Shaving the right edge of the hole as it went past. Pretty good.
476 yards, not an easy par 4.
Makes for a beautiful setting. A golf course is among the most beautiful playgrounds you can get, with copious amounts of greenery, some water, the sand also, though it's strategically placed, the bunkers are strategically placed by the course designer, but definitely make for beautiful viewing on screen and in person. Smart shoes there by Kushal. Another another thing for a lot of the amateur golfers to really pick on is just the etiquette that a professional golfer carries. He's got he pulled out his divot tool to make sure he repairs the pitch mark that the ball causes when the ball hits the putting surface. So I'm a firm believer of of the fact that if you look after the golf course, the golf course in many ways looks after you. So you need all the luck that you can get from the golf course as well. So I think good manners, good etiquette shown on the golf course does come back and help you during your round of golf. Kshitij likes to walk around with an umbrella the minute it gets a little sunny. I think he's already such a cool character, cool customer himself. He wants to make sure that there's absolutely no room for the mind to start wavering a little bit, for his head to get any hotter. So a sip of water, a routine sip of water, an umbrella over his head is something that I've seen him use on most hot days. Kushal will be first to putt, about a 45-50 footer. So he's going to take his time to read this green. I'd assume from this length there will be multiple breaks. These greens have a lot of subtle ridges and slopes. So we'll have to factor all of that in, and as Aditya earlier, the greens are running at about 11.5, so that in many ways makes these long putts even harder to gauge in terms of speed. But as the ball gets beyond 10 feet to putt from, the game becomes more about speed control than it is about necessarily judging the exact break on the putt. Kushal's ball on the way, should take the slope and start feeding towards the hole. Oh, that's a brilliant effort there. Almost hold it. What a fantastic effort by Kushal Singh. He'll tap that in happily and move on to the fifth hole tee box. After seeing where his ball had ended up on the green, I think he'd be delighted with that result. So this is the luck I'm talking about. Would not have taken too much for that ball to have turned in a little bit earlier and found the bottom of the cup. But all in all, I think I'm sure Kushal must be walking off this green quite relieved with that simple two putt. It's always good to have your first putt cozy up to the hole so that you don't have to use a lot of your mental resources to make a nerve-wracking 3 or 4 footer to save par, which most times professional golfers do make, but it does chip away at you on your mental state slowly but surely. Arjun Prasad would have had a little bit of teach from Kushal's ball, so coming in from a slightly different angle, so I'd assume he's having to play for a little lesser break from left to right. Again, a length of putt where speed plays a bigger factor than the line. He's definitely trying to make a one putt, but if he can, worst case result, if he can cozy up the ball to the hole the way Kushal did, he too should be quite happy walking off this green from this length of a putt. There again, an equally good putt, runs at about 6-8 inches past the hole. That's quite copybook if you ask me. Just past the hole. All these professional golfers will make sure that they visualize these speeds well enough for the ball to just cross the hole. If not, if it doesn't go in the hole, it would have just crossed the hole. marker that Kushal was on. So we know exactly what that putt's going to do. But obviously, the player who's hit the ball there wasn't around to see what that putt did exactly for Kushal. So let's hope he too reads the putt just as well as Kushal did and goes one better and try and holds that putt from that distance. Will make for great replays through the rest of the day if he does hold that putt. All professional golfers very thorough with their pre-shot routines. That's something that also really gets them ready to start the backswing, pull the trigger, so to speak, when it's their turn to hit the ball. And they want to try and keep that as similar as often. This ball's on a good line, but also a little bit of draw. So preferred ball movement on this green with the flag more center right or back right on this fourth hole green is to sort of aim at the flag and have the ball peel off a little bit to the left, the heart of the green, and make sure that you're on the green, because it's not really a straightforward birdie hole. You've got to you've got to make sure that your tee shot's on the green, and it's a birdie that you're only going to achieve by holding a 15-20 footer typically, unless you had a fantastic tee shot which gets to about inside 5 feet. But if you look at the total field, you won't see too many people making birdies here by necessarily hitting their tee shot to inside 5 or 6 feet. So it's always going to be the putter that's going to making me eat my words. That's a beautiful tee shot there, using the slope just right of the flag. That must have looked fantastic from the tee box. Often you can't really tell how close it is from the tee box. That to the players standing on the tee would have felt like it's almost gone in the hole. Well, it hasn't, but it's about 4 feet over the cup. So a great look at birdie. One of the rare tee shots that we've seen on this fourth hole end up really close to this flag. A nice aggressive play using the slope just right of the flag and getting that ball to trickle to within 4 feet from the hole. It's always a beautiful sight and a happy place for the professional golfer when he's in a group which has a leaderboard walking with them. So that means he's obviously done something right the first 2 days to be in that position. Coming into the last few groups on day 3 and day 4 adds to a lot of excitement, and every player wishes to be in these last few groups come the business end of the tournament, day 3 and day 4 especially. Marimuthu, a star from Bangalore, fearless golfer, loves to, his style of golf is very grip it and rip it, something like John Daly. You can tell he's somebody who doesn't like to complicate things too much. Angad Chima, quite a purple patch he's in at the moment. A little chip from the front right of this green. Typically chooses to play a bump and roll, but here looks like he's got a high lofted wedge, so I'm assuming it's a lob wedge or a sand wedge at best. I mean, a lob wedge at best, a sand wedge at worst. That's a pretty good result. You could see him urging that ball to move a little more to the right, so I'm assuming this ball just missed from the left edge of the hole. Again, a really good effort from there, and should be able to clean that up quite comfortably. So a good up and down. I'm gonna assume he's gonna make that putt, so a good up and down for Angad. Another differentiating factor between professional golfers and the amateur golfer is
with like no less than about more than a dozen players within 2 or 3 shots, and anything could happen. Well, it has. Rohan Dhol Patil, who was one of the early starters today, at around 8 o'clock, he's finished the day with 5 under, and he is now moved into shared lead with Hani Basoya. So Hani Basoya and Rohan Dhol Patil had a 5 under round each. Of course, Hani still has 3 holes left. In the meantime, just as we speak, Yuvraj Sandhu has picked a birdie on the second, the par 5 fifth. So he stays ahead, moves back ahead. So this up and down, this roller coaster will continue through the day. And Yuvraj Sandhu, who is in no mood to let up after his fine win in the first event in Kolkata at the Tollygunge, is at 7 under. He's a shot ahead of Rohan, Hani Basoya, and Manu Gandas. So it's going to be really neck and neck this week over these next 2 days, Rahul.
Yeah, I mean, had we gone by the normal schedule when this was a Saturday, the third day of the event, this is moving day. And like you mentioned, Rohan Dhole Patel from Pune making his move already early, along with Hani, who still has 3 holes to go. So they are in the virtually what we could say the clubhouse. They've set a clubhouse target for the day, 6 under, which was the start point actually for Manu Gandas and Yuvraj Sandhu. Manu having dropped a shot on the first hole. Yuvraj parring that successfully and then walking off this with a birdie soon after. So he is now in the sole lead at 7 under and nailing that tee shot on the par 3. Beautiful, a little bit of water in the way, but these players are so good that that water doesn't even exist as far as they're concerned. All they can see is the flag.
It is Gaurav Pratap
putting the ball really, really close. Gaurav Pratap, I think his career is on a bit of a revival path. He won last year after a very, very long gap on his home course, Noida Golf Course, which is now under renovation. We have one more top quality course, hopefully in the Delhi NCR region.
And I can see Rahul smiling there. He plays his golf there every day. He's that.
Well, not terribly technically qualified, but from whatever I can see, the movement of the hip, the sway, or not the sway, the pivot seems to be very good. Finishes nice and high. And but more than important, and the thing is the fact that they're able to put these graphics together. There's so much of data now.
That's right, Rahul. I mean, I'm actually
to
quite
see.
impressed by the team out there. I mean, getting into graphics and putting all these things together. This is this group which has got Gaurav Pratap Singh, Vishesh, and Rohit Narwal. So 2 young lads, Vishesh and Rohit, coming through the qualifying schools this year. Rohit, as I said a little while ago, I was mentioning he is, he was the runner-up at the All India Amateur, so he's graduated from the amateur ranks to the pro ranks. A fine lad, extremely fit, and this is the result of all that the professional, section of golf has to offer. A lot of money, so you got to be at the peak. You got to get your A game. You can't leave it home or in the hotel room. So you got to get it here to make sure that you are contending, you're playing well, and you're paying your bills. It's not easy to be a professional golfer. It looks very interesting, and I've had many players keep telling me about that. So when you hear say purses of 1 crore and where each winner picks up about 15 lakhs, it sounds extremely good and very, very lucrative. But they also have a lot of expenses, from travel to hotel to coaches and everything, and of course the biggest expense of all in life, taxes. So all these young men, They've learned all that, so they need to be at the best in the game. And Yuvraj Sandhu, who's been one of India's leading the pros. Yeah, look at this again, Saptak Talwar. There's another super tracker there. You're getting to see the flight of the ball. Saptak Talwar knocks it off. So, what's happening is that this is extremely good for any youngster watching. One, these guys are extremely fit. These guys are playing some great golf. And then the way golf is now being shown, it has actually increased the level of interest in people. And look at this aerial shot. It makes you want to be there. Look at that green right in the middle of the water. It is so inviting. I think that's what makes golf so beautiful. Of course, there are everybody says, what better office can you have if you have a golf course to go to every day to practice or to play a tournament? So I think that's the key. You got to enjoy what you do. And these young men, look at them all strapping 20-year-olds, 25-year-olds. They're practicing day in and day out. So I think it's a great career move. Of course, you got to work hard to make sure it works.
And just to add to that point, Swami, the fact that one time, golf in India was confined to 3, 4, 5 centers. It was Calcutta and Delhi to start with. Then you have Chandigarh and Bangalore come along. And here's this young man from Karnal. It just shows that, like at one time, it was cricket that started percolating down to the subsidiary towns, so to say, without meaning any disrespect. So here's this young man from Karnal. Now, Karnal is not a venue center you would very quickly associate with golf. But like you said, national runner-up, graduated to the professional ranks, and holding his own at the top.
True, and you're talking about centers. Glade 1 actually has been around for a long time, but seeing the potential of golf. I mean, this has been a golf course which has been there for more than 20 years. Actually, it's been there for a long time. It was a small course. Now, this is a course which is actually quite prized in Gujarat. It's been having a professional tournament for 5 years, and Aditya Chauhan, a former professional, is now the general manager there. And so, what is happening is that the golf market is kind of exploded. And so I think from that point of view, I mean, there is a lot to look forward to the game. And these youngsters spend a lot of time. So there is Gaurav Pratap Singh. Of course, it's also given him an incentive to see that he makes sure he is pretty fit. He is now, of course, making a comeback of sorts. I wouldn't say exactly a comeback. He's not all that old. But what I'm trying to say is that he's working very, very hard. He knows that there is no leeway left anymore. These youngsters, like the two playing with him today, Vishesh and Lohit, are hungry. They want to do well. This is the career they have chosen. They've chosen not to sit in offices and push files or write reports or make PowerPoint presentations. They have decided to go out there on the golf course and display their skill. So and kind of hold their own. So there is a lot of hard work. Of course, even sport, even play can be work, and this is what they're showing.
To the 3-ball chip, make difficult chips, with green running away from them all the way, and like we saw both with Rohit Narwal and Gaurav Pratap, the ball just skidding on a little further than they would have liked. It seems to be a fairly straightforward putt to finish, leaving the ball dancing around the hole for a tap-in. The other point that we saw, which I would like to also make, is that the graphic that we just saw, the kind of the aids that are available, the training aids, the tools,
the equipment. Yes,
they could not just that. Even the software, the data. I mean, just imagine if you're using this kind of software to analyze your swing, analyze your body movement, where you can be better, where you can. There's so much now available to the younger lot of players, which is not there maybe even 10 years ago.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
That was a wonderful graphic. I mean, it showed you, your entire body position, where the turn began, where the pivot began, the strike points. So these are invaluable aids for youngsters to sit later and analyze with their coaches or even by themselves. And I'm sure we'll see the effect of these very quickly. I mean, we've seen over the years. India tends to be about 10, 15, even 20 years behind the rest of the world.
No, I think that gap is reducing now.
Yeah, hopefully these things will help close the gap even further. Gaurav Pratap coming up the hill for his par putt. Overhit the green with his tee shot. He will want to make sure that this goes straight in. Taking his time on the putt.
Just shaves past.
Overreading it a bit. But this is where I think, Swami, this is probably where this event is going to make or break challenges.
Absolutely. I mean, these half shots, that's what it's. Rahul, when you were talking about equipment and technology available, these days when you go, see, before the round starts, if you just take a trip down to the driving range or to the practice green, you see all sorts of gadgets out there. It looks like a space center or a science center, with everyone coming up with a new kind of a gadget. Everyone wants that micro edge to shave off one shot or two shots there. And here is Rohit Narwal. Look at him. This young man is in his first season as a professional. Currently he is in the top 5, and I mean, he's fourth. He had a birdie on the third, and he's now looking to save that shot here on the fourth. So I mean, it's all very, very, very close. And hats off to Aditya Chauhan and to Amandeep Joel, who had said that the first hole is going to be the tough one. A lot of bogeys out there. Rohan, Manu Gandas, Hani, all of them dropped a shot. And on the second, virtually everyone seems to have picked up a birdie on this par 5 second. So here is Rohit Narwal cleaning up that. Of course, a bit of a testy putt. These 5-footers are always knee knockers, as they call them. So so Rohit walks off the fourth and moves. So that was a nice look at what Gujarat has to offer in terms of tourism. And talking about that ad and correlating it to all these young lads out there on the golf course, I've had many of them actually tell me that they wouldn't have had the opportunity to see the country, the various parts of the country, but for the sport that they have chosen. So imagine, getting to see at least a glimpse of all that each state or every venue has to offer in terms of tourist spots, etc. So it's really a great life. It's a nice life, I would say, because of course you have to practice hard. You're playing it really hard out there, and whenever you get a little bit of a chance to sample these sights and the sounds, and of course the food. Gujarat is a delight for all the vegetarians with such a lot of varieties. So here it is, and now we're on to the fourth hole with the lead group, and that was Saptak Talwar sending that small spherical object into the air for the fourth, the par 3. Saptak Talwar playing alongside the two main contenders this week, Yuvraj Sandhu, the man on the screen right now with a colorful shirt. He loves that. He says he feels very happy, wearing all these colorful shirts, and why not? And they all blend in very nicely with the background there, which is lush green. And so, this is, in the days when I first came into golf, say more than 30, 35 years ago, Rahul, these shirts were stained white, gray. Sometimes one odd guy would wear a red shirt, and it was quite a. Now you see all these young lads wearing absolutely fabulously designed shirts, great shirts, and of course, even on the women's circuit, all of them are so well turned out that it's a pleasure to be there and watch all these young people enjoy themselves, wearing great clothes and, of course, showing great skill.
It's a long par 3, 215 yards.
Well, and Yuvraj Sandhu is showing that this is the year that he wants to kind of make it. 2 to 3 years ago in 2022, he had an absolutely fabulous first half of the season. He seemed to be leading by miles before Manu Gandas. This man now on the screen overtook Yuvraj Sandhu towards the last few. I remember in a stretch of about 4 tournaments, Manu won 3. And soon he started kind of gaining ground, and finally at the last event he overtook and became the Order of Merit winner, which in a way has changed his life in a small manner. It got him to the TP World Tour, where he got to see the world's best. Unfortunately, he couldn't stay on there because he lost his card, but I'm sure both Manu and Yuvraj have their eyes set on getting back to the tour. Unfortunately, I think he's just fallen short of the green, the ball having rolled back from that mount just ahead of the green.
Yuvraj found the shelf.
Absolutely. And he is in a pretty good... look at the walk. You hit a good shot, suddenly there's a spring in the walk. Look at him. I mean, he is looking like he's a champion, of course. You got to think like a champion, you got to feel like a champion to become a champion.
In fact, the year that you were talking about, Swami, between them, I think they won 11.
Absolutely, 11. They won more than, I think they won more than 60% of the tournaments that season, just the 2 of them.
They dominated the landscape that year, and it was every other tournament was either one or the other who was winning. And so, it's like a kind of a rivalry that has been revived.
There is that carry board scorecard, Saptak at 5 under, Yuvraj 7 under, and Manu Gandas at 6 under. Not much to separate them. Of course, we all know on a golf course like this, even 3 or 4 shots is nothing, and it's just one shot out there. So I think there is a lot to fight for. This is Om Prakash Chauhan, venting his anger at the ball. Why aren't you going the way that I want you to go? Om Prakash Chauhan, another consistent young. Well, I would say he has been an established star. I mean, Om Prakash Chauhan, he won a whole bunch of tournaments in 2023 and got to the DP World Tour. Unfortunately, like Manu, he wasn't able to hang on there. There is a good look at the scorecard there. Yuvraj Sandhu, 7 under, playing his 4th hole and sitting on a birdie. Rohan Gul Patil, 6 under, one of the early starters today, finished the round in 5 under and moved from 1 under for the first 2 rounds of 9 holes each to 6 under. Manu Gandas is lying 3rd. He's 6 under after 3 holes in the 3rd round. Ani Basoya is finished for the day. He shot a 4 under. He was actually 5 under, and then he dropped a shot late there. Actually, he dropped 2 shots there. He had moved up to 6, and then he dropped to 4 with a double bogey on the 18th. Abhinav Lohan at 5 under. Abhinav Lohan is today 3 under. Saptak Talwar is 1 under for the day, and he is tied 4th with Abhinav. So it's all very, very close. And right behind them, Tapik High, he has finished the day at 3 under. And then there is this formidable group with Rashid Khan, Khalid Joshi, Chikarangappa, and young Rohit Narwal. All of them at 4 under. All to play for. 18 holes left on Friday, the final day. And for all these guys, more than half the round yet to go. So it is all to play for.
You can see the degree of slope on this screen. I mean, as Manu was walking up, all you could see initially was his cap, and then the rest of him came into view. So that's what sort of got him into trouble. He left his ball on the lower shelf, and it just seemed to have rolled off the green. And whereas Yuvraj nailed his tee shot a couple of yards from the pin, Manu had to see his ball roll backwards. He has a difficult job of recovering from that and making sure his ball doesn't go past too far from the flag. Never easy, and it's on the bunker. He's had to splash out. Sometimes makes it even more difficult. But for players of this skill level, as you can see, literally making the ball do what bend to his will, coming out of there, a beautiful splash of sand that we saw from the camera. Good camera work, also catching all of that action, and he's set himself up well for a par. He can't afford to lose too many because he dropped a shot early, got one back, Manu, on the second hole. So he, as things stand, is now one behind the sole leader, Yuvraj Sandhu. Having won last week at the Tolly, he is in good form. And time he spent on the Asian Development Tour also seems to have stood him in good stead. Had a good top 8, top 10 finish, which got him an Asian Tour card as well. And he's playing with a lot more confidence and freedom this year. Saptak with his long putt, looking to get as close. Would be a little disappointed that he pulled up short. And he will putt for par along with Manu, while Yuvraj has the option of has a birdie putt in front of him. Things bunching up nicely on moving day. The early starters seem to have got the benefit of fairly windless conditions, and with the wind picking up now, it's just getting a little bit harder to read and judge lines and distances. A couple of the par 3s we saw the previous group overshooting the green. Here, Manu staying low and short. So it's certainly those in contention having to work for their points, work for their money, work for their placings, and up that now hoping to clean up this first putt, making a slight mess of it, leaving him just a little bit more than he would have liked to do to finish it off, putting for par.
Not quite in there.
Saptak dropping a shot which he could have very much wanted to have avoided, particularly since his tee shot was on the green and his first putt was a little too short. He would have liked to have got a lot closer to the pin than he actually did. And Manu also now looking to close out the hole with a par after coming out of the bunker. Very, very well. Finding the right finding the slope and getting his ball to move from right to left towards the pin after it landed. Still would be a slightly tricky putt because the green seems to be running away from him. And on the second screen you can see this ball launched at the green. Beautiful view of the course. It's a very, very pretty course. And with Gary Player Design having worked their magic on this place, it's not just looking good, it's also become a testing course. 7,000 plus yards. Pros will play the same 9 holes twice, but with different start points and different pin positions.
Absolutely. The thing is, he's quite motivated. He wants to do well. He works very hard, Rahul. Really, he works. I've seen this young man from the days when he was an amateur. He represented India at the Asia Pacific Amateurs quite a few years ago. I forget which year it was. I actually saw him there. He was along with Karandeep Kocher. I mean, these guys have actually worked up quite hard to get to this stage. So I would reckon that they are so hungry, and from that point of view, they should, they deserve all the success they get. Let me just run through quickly my what do you call record books in a way of saying. Yuvraj Sandhu,
A
he
formidable collection of stats. Always, Swami is
absolutely.
the man who has all the stats you need. It literally at his fingertips. As you can, I wish you could see this, but it's actually at his fingertips, and he's scrolling
So
through
Yuvraj
all the
Sandhu, he
numbers.
played at the Asia Pacific Amateurs back in 2018 at the Sentosa, and he made the cut, finished just 21st, and that was the year when another young man, Rehan Thomas, finished runner-up. Rehan, of course, now a member of the PGTI, a winner last year in Coimbatore, and now playing on the Conferry Tour. So, many of the lads that I saw them at that time there, whether it is like Yuvraj Sandhu, who also played at the in New Zealand in 2017. So, Yuvraj Sandhu, Kshitij Kaul, who's here in this field, then Varun Parekh, all these guys have actually represented India and come through a very, very, kind of a long route, taken the route there. Milind Soni, he missed the cut earlier in the week. He's also been there. Rohan Dol Patel, Milind Soni, not Milind Soman. They've all been colleagues. Aryan Rupa Anand also, who missed the cut this week. All these guys have actually come through the ranks, played the amateur circuit
Right.
for the IGU, and then represented India at various stages, and now are actually playing for money, professionals, and there is nothing. There really is what do you call nothing to give away. So it's a tough one. Professional golf is pretty cruel. You don't make the cut, you don't get money.
I've always found that to be so difficult. It's probably the only sport from in everything, whether it's table tennis or badminton, tennis.
Even if you lose in the first round, you get
Even a
something.
first round loser walks away with something in his pocket, and that way golf can be such a harsh game.
Absolutely, it's
Travel,
cruel.
you travel to a new place, spend all the money, whether you share rooms or you live on your own. You're paying caddy fees, you're paying tournament fees, and if you're not there in the top 50 or 60 after 2 days, you have completely out of pocket.
Oh yes, that's a tough one,
Makes
and,
it
and
so hard.
and expenses that we were talking about earlier, they can be pretty expensive to golf, and then you have like the shot of just
Narwhal, not at all happy
yes,
with
hit the
his.
lip and then stayed out, stayed away. First to smile and shrug it away.
In the top three, Swami, Avinav Lohan has had a very impressive recent. I think he's another one you can say his career has taken like almost a second wind.
Correct. Absolutely.
Won last year after a very long gap, and he is here as the defending champion and doing very well today. Finished his first nine without a blemish on his card. Picked up three shots, and he's now in the top three. Certainly showing that there is plenty of fight in the more experienced players as well, not just the young brigade that is calling the shots. Abhinav having a good run so far on the day. Further up the order was Rohan Dhole Patil. In fact, he had a great run, 6 birdies against one drop shot, has given him sole second place for the moment. Ball just breaking away.
No.
That would be, I think Narwal would count that as a dent in his campaign.
Let's see if Vishesh can do something there. Has come through the qualifying school.
All of a sudden, we are seeing a good number of youngsters from Hyderabad, Swami, coming through. I mean, last year it was
that's because of a couple of good courses there.
They have good courses, and obviously the coaching levels seem to have improved there because last year it was Milind Soni, another youngster. He's also a teenager, I think. Even
yes,
now,
from Telangana, yeah.
Very impressive. On the women's side, we have a couple of, in fact, Order of Merit winner 2 years ago, and also national champion Sneha Singh from the HGA course. A few others also coming along from there. So all of a sudden we are seeing now, another little center that's coming up with good young talent.
Yes,
before, other than Calcutta and Delhi, and then we had Chandigarh and Bangalore for the longest time, providing us the real quality players in the field. And now, if Hyderabad is joining the fray, that's all to the better, and then we get more,
True, that's because of the number of golf courses. I mean, decent championship courses coming in, and I think that makes a lot of difference.
Yeah.
There's Saptak Talwar. It's quite a long putt. It broke too early. This game also has a lot to do with confidence. And right now, Yuvraj Sandhu seems to be very, very confident. He seems to be really, in the flow. But remember, there's still a lot of golf to come. More than 27 holes for this lead group, the final group. Yuvraj Sandhu, 9 under, 5 holes done, or rather, he's actually now on his 8th hole. Sorry, he's on his 6th hole right now. He's finished 5.
What's good to see, Swami, about Yuvraj, particularly what we are seeing today, is that sort of time is taking over, particularly these little ones, the putts. He's making sure he gets a good read, trying to iron out as many blemishes.
It's all about patience
and also preparation. I think he's preparing himself, found a good rhythm, found a good routine, and there you go.
Yes, it's kind of he's getting the hang of it, and he's actually now his iron play, I would say, has become actually good. He was always a good driver. He hit the ball long. Putting had consistently, of course, kept going a little up and down. But I think where he is really made up has been his iron play. He's giving himself a lot of chances, getting the ball close enough to give himself birdie opportunities. And if you can convert even half of them, I think you've got a good day. So I think that's what Yuvraj seems to be doing. I think it's quite encouraging, and I'm sure Yuvraj knows that he's been working very hard, I believe, and I think he's working again with Jesse Grewal, if I'm not wrong. So, I mean, these Chandigarh lads work a lot, and here is Manu, a DLF young man who
That
practices at the
was.
DLF Golf Academy.
He will kick himself out. He got a good read on the line
Yes,
and
he had it.
speed
He had
from
it. I mean,
Yuvraj.
no,
He was putting from behind him
you
and
can't
still
drop shots
missed out.
like that. I mean, that is catastrophic.
I think, not that you mentioned, I mean, Chandigarh, I think the template for hard work was set by the great Sardar himself, Milkha Singh, you know, and then he made his son work. You know Kaka so well, and you know exactly what he went through on his way to becoming one of India's golf legends. So maybe there's a template there. These guys are
I
really
think there's
hard
also a
workers.
lot of camaraderie there. I mean, the Chandigarh Golf Club is really one of the most popular, kind of social places to hang around. And when you hang around a golf course as part of your social life, I think it rubs off on you. You see all these, Uttam Singh Mundi, the previous CEO of the PGTI, the current CEO of PGTI, Amandeep Joel. I mean, all these guys, they have a lot that they've done. Amritinder Singh, Harmeet Kalon, so many Chandigarh guys out there
Right.
who are doing so well. So I think, yes, you're right. Maybe there's a template. They just put in their name. Of course, they have to put in some hard work also. And off it goes.
And success, breeds success. When you have a role model like Jeeves became for so many of the youngsters in the years that have followed, it does make a difference. I mean, in the old days when in Kolkata you had 2, 3, 4 great players, Rajiv Mohta and Basad Ali, then Delhi came along and had its share of great players who set the template. So Chandigarh, then Bangalore with Anirban Lahiri and so many others, they're coming up through the ranks and making a mark. Shubhankar Sharma in Chandigarh. So it's you need your heroes. That's what sport is all about.
Absolutely. And I also think that's the reason why the golf tour, the Indian tour, the PGTI tour seems to be traveling to more cities there. And when you travel to more cities, you give new opportunities. I mean, each guy seems to be playing at home. So when you play at home, there's always that extra surge. And I think that is what makes the difference.
Like we were discussing, the fact that Karnal is producing top level golfers is a remarkable thing. It's like maybe 20 years ago Ranchi, or 25 years ago Ranchi producing a Dhoni,
Yep,
or
that's
a
true.
Jalandhar producing a Harbhajan Singh. So this is a similar. It's a great achievement in its own way. It's a little story that talks about Indian golf and where it's gone from where you started as a regular sort of.
Yes, I mean, true. We had, say, Gaganjit Bulla from Kapurthala, and then an Amandeep Dral in women's golf,
Yes.
actually, also from Kapurthala, picking up, and being inspired by Gaganjit. So I think, yes, there is a lot to be learned. I mean, you bring the game home, and I think naturally you also are nurturing talent. And I think the plan for, well, here it is, the seventh hole for the lead group, the fun one. They are
Last chance for
there.
the cars. Huh?
Last chance for the
Last
car for today. For today. Yes, that's right.
For today. Saptak going just a little too far to the left than you would have liked. Someone already on the dance floor ahead of him. And Manu now lining up for his tee shot. Hole number 7, and Yuvraj Sandhu, I beg your pardon, is pulling away from the field. He's now picked up 4 shots on the day without any
That's right.
damage
He
to his
had a
card.
nice birdie in the previous one, which we saw. There was that small, ever so light, slight fist bump. And on the other hand, Manu Gandas, another disappointment. We saw that when he saw the putt, the shaved past the hole. So he had bogey, and Sandhu had birdie. So he's got 3 birdies in a row, 4 and 5 holes, and a fantastic start. He is 4 under through 6 holes, and he's suddenly kind of just run away. He's 4 shots ahead of Rohan Patil, who's actually finished at 5 under for the day and 6 under total, and Hani Basoya 4 under for the day, and 5 under total. So Tapi Kai was also 3 under for the day and 4 under total. But the others are all out there on the golf course. Kshitij Navid Kaul also making slight moves there. He is 3 under through 6 holes, playing just ahead of the lead group, or rather 2 holes ahead of that. So Kshitij also kind of showing signs of making a challenge. Remember, a birdie for you or a birdie from you and a bogey from your rival is suddenly 2 shots gone. There you see a big gap now. 10 under. Yuvraj Sandhu looks like the Yuvraj Sandhu of 2022. 5 titles that year and 1 out of 1 and leading by 4. So
And this is him the rest of the field. His 4 shots is
shot and the kind of form that he's showing.
exactly on that
Absolutely.
basis. It's a significant number. There's no doubt about it.
See, and remember, this is a golf course where you come back to the same holes once again to play the second 9. So he would be very confident. He knows where to put the ball, and so that will always be a little bit of an advantage, I would say, because the tee positions and the pin positions are also changing. So I won't say it's going to be exactly the same, but nevertheless, it's going to be great. So there is Yuvraj Sandhu, a confident walk as he is there on the green for the 7th, and I'm sure he is probably looking at nailing one more. But of course, as they say, not to get ahead of himself, he needs to just stay there. Remember, there is a lot more of golf to come. There's full 18 holes on the on Friday. Here it is. You see 2 feeds, Gaurav Pratap and his group on the right side, along with Rohit Narwal walking in the front and Vishesh in the back. And on the left feed, we see Saptak Talwar alongside Yuvraj Sandhu and Manu Kandas. Glade 1 presents the Gujarat Open for the fifth time, and for the 3rd time, the prize purse is a 1 crore with 15 lakhs on offer for the winner. Don't you wish you had continued to play golf when you were young, or rather had started at so young an age?
I wish, for sure, yes. Not for the money's sake, but just for the sheer pleasure that I'm discovering after picking it up at age 55, and I can say I wish I had. Very correctly said. I wish I had picked it up 50 years earlier.
If wishes were horses, they would have more aces.
I know. But still, no regrets. It's been a wonderful.
It's a wonderful
journey
game, yeah.
Already, yes. In these 8-9 years, it's been brilliant.
So here is Saptak Talwar trying to see if he can pull one back.
This has been, I think, his big problem today, Swami. Saptak Talwar has consistently left his putts short.
I think maybe it's playing on his mind. The green speed is so much, 11.5. So it's almost so much. So he is actually hitting it, kind of too gently.
Yeah. Whereas Yuvraj Sandhu seems to have, got into that flow of and getting this, he's read the speed of the greens well, the slopes and everything, and he's really looking so much more comfortable than the others. But here's a great chance for Manu Gandas to repair some of the damage that he's in, his card has seen. This is a lovely tee shot, and he's given himself a slightly easier putt by the looks of it than the others, because he's just going straight back down, and he needs to really get his challenge going, Swami. Starting the day alongside Yuvraj and watching his co-leader pull away, where he's sort of almost gone backwards.
Absolutely. He is 2 over and Yuvraj is 4 under. So actually, there's been a 6-shot swing so far.
That's right.
And that's a huge thing in less than half a round. Yeah. Finally, he has the satisfaction of seeing the ball drop. Maybe this will be the change that he needed.
And the beautiful thing about Manu Gandas is that, regardless of what
There
situation,
you see.
he doesn't. He looks the same. He's got the same demeanor. He's got the same walk. It's the same approach. It, a lot of other players would be hurting and it would show. He's 4 down, 6, like you said, six. Swing of 6 shots from his co-leader, and he's just going about his business the way as the way they're playing the first hole together. Wonderful to see, and at least he started showing signs. Maybe this is the beginning of a turnabout because Yuvraj Sandhu's running away with things at the moment. 7 holes and he's 4 up for the day.
There is Yuvraj. Oh, he almost had it. He almost had it.
Just
a snake off the lip.
A little bit on the high side and rare kind of, you can't call it a misjudgment, but this was
Manu
so good to see.
Gandas, a nice putt out there. Some satisfaction. Yes.
Confident putt right in the center of the cup.
Yuvraj for par. All right, so that's par for him after a streak of 3 birdies in a row on 4, 5, 6, a par on 7. Saptak Talwar. He left that almost 2 feet, a foot and a half short. Walks off. So Manu Gandas, the happy man from there. And here you see Rohit Narwal on the 8th. Rohit in his first 7 holes had 1 birdie and 6 pars, pretty consistent. But I'm sure he actually had a couple of other looks at the birdie, but they didn't drop. So still bogey free. As is Vishesh. Vishesh was also bogey free for the first 7 holes, and he had the lovely putt just before Rohit. So these two youngsters holding their own, and yes, good.
These distances, Swami, can be really testing. Between
yes.
4 and 6 feet, sometimes, the
So the group of Gaurav Pratap, enjoying a small little chat, see some smiles, a sip of water while they wait to take their tee shots. It's important to be to get a little chatty with your with your uh, with your 3 ball. You can't possibly be engrossed in the tournament throughout the 4.5 hours that you're out on the golf course. I can't imagine any golfer successfully for staying focused throughout the 4.5 hours, especially uh, when you're playing the third day of a tournament or the fourth day of a tournament. Kushal's hair tossing around in the breeze, so a clear indication that the winds have picked up. A classic case when you're playing in Gujarat, especially all the golf courses in Ahmedabad, in and around Ahmedabad. It starts getting a little windier as the day progresses. So, sometime in the afternoon, it really starts to gust quite a bit. becomes that much harder to figure out what yardage, what club you need to pick. Glade 1, beautiful sights around this golf course, in and around this golf course. A lot of work still being done at this venue, and I can tell you with all that has already been built, it's fantastic to be at. And I'm sure the PGTI is extremely thankful to the organizers, to the sponsors for hosting this tournament at this fantastic venue. Can't wait for this to become an 18-hole golf course, and I can only imagine how difficult the back nine will be whenever it comes up. It already is a challenging 9-hole golf course with tough approach shots to hit into greens, a 7,000 plus yard golf course. Vishesh with his tee shot, an iron in hand. Gaurav Pratap, commonly called known as GP on the PGTI amongst all his friends, likes to get on with it rather quick. One golfer who I think everybody would rate as a really gutsy character, never shy from taking on some really tight pin positions, tight fairways. We move ahead to the ninth hole green, the island green, the iconic island green here at Glade 1. The angle coming into this ninth hole from the fairway is a really tight one, given where the flag is today. It seems it seems fairly tucked to the left part of this green. So the distance between the two edges from this angle isn't much. So club selection becomes imperative coming into this green. And now that the wind is starting to pick up a little bit, it'll obviously become that much harder. Tamang lining up his birdie. Tends to be a little slow coming from this side of the green. So he has the freedom to give it a decent wrap. Oh, just missing out on the left side of the cup. Good putt, good speed. He'll be happy with that effort. Would have loved for that ball to have hit the flagstick and gone in, but the return putt should be of no hassle. You can already see two balls in the fairway in the far end. So at least two out of the three in the group behind have found the short grass and should be able to take advantage of this hole with a wedge in hand. Saptak Talwar 5 under, Yuvraj Singh 10 under par, Manu Gandas also 5 under par. So a lot of breathing space created by Yuvraj himself, and the fact that Saptak and Manu aren't having the best outing so far. So at least in his three ball, he should be feeling quite comfortable with a 5 shot lead over his playing partners. Again, good speed by Mohammad Azhar, but leaving that a couple of rolls short and to the left. So Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 10 under par with a handsome 4 shot lead through 7 holes here in the third round. Rohan Dhole Patil 5 under par today, the low round of the day so far. He's at 6 under par, 4 behind Yuvraj. Kshitij Navid Kaul also on a hot run on the front nine. He's 4 under for the day, 6 under for the tournament. So these two, Kshitij Navid Kaul will hopefully try and get a few more birdies coming in and would like to finish as close to Yuvraj. And Yuvraj just got to keep doing what he's doing so far, playing some fabulous golf. He's got to 4 under for the day without much fuss at all. Good putt by Yashas there on the ninth. I'm hoping that's for birdie. So let's hope he's moved up by a shot and on the leaderboard. Yuvraj birding the second hole, birding 4, 5, and 6. So had a good stretch of 3 holes, a hat trick of birdies. Subhash cleaning up his par putt on the ninth. And now they've got to make that long walk starting over the bridge to get off the island, putting green, and back to the 10th hole, which is essentially the first hole tee box. The flags, the pin positions will change on each of these uh, back nine greens. We play the same design, we play the same greens, but the flag positions, the pin positions will change. We go back to Yuvraj on the 8th hole. He's looking to win back-to-back tournaments for the first time. He said that's his goal for the week. Really takes his time behind the ball to visualize the shot. Love the rhythm of his golf swing. We'll wait and watch where that ball has ended up, but his body language suggested that he wasn't unhappy with that shot. So whether it's gone really close, we will wait and watch. Putter in hand, walking to the green. Yeah, is the most pleasurable walk for any golfer. They can definitely switch off on these walks so that they are back to being fresh and focused around the time when they have to hit their next shot. Vishesh hitting his approach into the green. You see a lot of divots around where he was standing. So quite a popular spot on the fair on the ninth fairway. That's a pretty good shot with the wedge. Could control the spin from the fairway, so taking full advantage. Left himself about a 10-footer, but most importantly, hit a shot which is flag high, which is so important coming into this ninth hole green, given where the flag is on day 3 today. Gaurav Pratap, famous for his wedge game, so he should be licking his chops with a sand wedge in hand. He'd look get this ball well inside of where Vishesh has left himself. This guy can really spin the ball, so he can afford to take on this flag. That looks like it's tracking right at the stake. Should stay there. Fantastic shot. Validating my comment on his wedge game. He's left himself about a 4-footer flag high. Not too many shots better than that you will see coming down this ninth hole. This is one of those holes that are at the back of every player's mind right from the first hole. So the minute you're on the green and 2 on the ninth hole, you can definitely breathe a big sigh of relief. We go back to Manu Gandas, who's left himself about a 15-footer downhill. Manu needs to start rolling a few putts in. The putter is the one club in the bag that can really lift the momentum, and it has a great ripple effect on the rest of your game. And conversely, if you start missing a few putts, it's very easy to start getting negative. And another putt missed by Manu Gandas. So the flat stick really not helping him today. That is something that he, I'm sure, is not very accustomed to. On in most tournaments, when he's in contention on the third and the fourth day, it's his putter that more often than not really gets hot and wins him those tournaments that he's won. A matter of time. It often requires just one putt to fall in, and things start changing pretty quickly. So let's hope Manu holds one putt in the next few holes and can make this leader group a lot more interesting. Because at the moment, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu looks completely in command of this group and the tournament overall. He obviously is a great front runner, which is why he's won the number of tournaments he's won. And hole after hole, he's been hitting some fantastic approach shots, as is the case here as well on the eighth hole. Another birdie attempt. And just misses that on the left. A little flummoxed with that putt. Clearly, he misread that line. Must have felt good coming off the putter face, which added to the mystery after the ball missed. The mystery in Yuvraj's mind. He thought he did everything right, but clearly just misread ever so slightly. But that's good enough to miss the putt. This golf course does have a lot of major slopes on the greens, but also has a lot of subtle breaks, which make it that much harder to read putts. In my experience, it's easier to read putts on greens which have picked. It's the subtle breaks that often become the most challenging. Saptak on a similar line to Manu. You can see very short practice swings. So downhill putt. Oh, he misread it too. Both Manu and Saptak missing on the low side. So clearly their feet are telling them a different story. When you stand on the putt and you feel like your feet are, your weight's moving, wanting to move more to the toes, you you often gauge that you often overread a putt. A birdie attempt gone begging here for Vishesh on the ninth hole. I like the way he's playing for a rookie. He looks quite unfazed. He would like to make a few more birdies and get back into the tournament. But that said, he's not. Uh, there is no apparent nervousness given that this is the first time for him. He just turned professional this year, so he is a rookie on tour, along with his playing partner Rohit, both at 2 under par for the day. It's amazing how these youngsters of today are coming out on tour, breaking out on tour, absolutely fearless. They play a carefree brand of golf, and there's a fine line between carefree and careless. And all these guys are carefree. In all this, when they have a driver in hand, they just go after it with everything that they have. They leave nothing in the bag. And of course, they hit a few bad shots, but they don't. They're very quick to bounce back. Gaurav Pratap rolling that putt in successfully and a birdie on the ninth hole. So a fist bump is absolutely warranted for. Well done, Gaurav. Vishesh led his first putt go about 3 feet by. So he's got that to clean up. Well done. That putt falls center cup. I'm sure he's walking off to the 10th hole tee thinking he's missed an opportunity on the 9th. But he's got to take that in his stride and be ready to pull out driver on the 10th hole. Rohit giving this putt quite a lot of attention. Yep, in the end makes it like any other routine 3 foot.
Interesting there. Arjun Prasad right now in front of you. Arjun has been around for a while, but there are times when one feels that he hasn't done justice to the kind of talent that he has. He's playing alongside Kushal Singh and Kshitij Navedkor. Arjun is actually one of the great characters on the tour. Very friendly with a lot of people, especially Udayan Mane, a good friend of his. I mean, that's the kind of camaraderie and friendship that this tour fosters. People get along very well, and they need to because they travel together so much. Here is the strong, silent one, Manu Gandas, not having the best of days today. But hopefully, that birdie on the 7th would have given him some energy and some confidence. There is Yuvraj Sandhu and the chief referee Sampath Chari. Sampath Chari, I don't know whether he was telling the groups to just kind of push it a little more. There is 9 more holes to go, or rather 9.5 more holes to go for this lead group. Yuvraj Sandhu wouldn't like anything to stop right now, wouldn't like any disturbance. He's 4 shots ahead of the field. He's 4 under through 8 on a fantastic day, bogey free. He is 4 clear of the 2 clubhouse leaders, Rohan Dol Patil and, of course, sorry, not 2 clubhouse leaders, but 1 clubhouse leader, Rohan Dol Patil. Kshitij Navedkor is also 4 under for the front line. He's had 4 terrific birdies, and from 2 under after the first 2 rounds of 9 holes each, he's moved to 6 under. As I said, there's still a lot of action to go, but no lead can be taken for granted, and Yuvraj knows that. In 2022, he seemed to be a kind of a shoe-in to win the Order of Merit before Manu Gandas, the other man on the screen, kind of upset the apple cart and won a series of tournaments on a bunch of events, 3 and 4 events at one stage, and pipped him at the post and won the Order of Merit. That's an Order of Merit which Yuvraj Sandhu still is, coveting, because that will also get him onto the DP World Tour, something which he desperately wants to and deserves to get there. He's played a fair bit on the Asian Tour. He's won on the Asian Development Tour. now wants the big one, the DP World Tour.
And the more cards Swami these guys earn for themselves, the better it is. Like I think Veer, who's the beneficiary of the DP World Tour agreement with the PGTI, has also I think has his Asian Tour card. So the multiple options that they offer. Though of course apparently he said that he's very focused on making sure that he keeps his DP World Tour card first, and that's his priority. But he does have the option of switching to and from the Asian Tour, particularly now, which is increasingly the world tour is the world golf scene is getting lucrative if you organize your schedules well and give yourself the options of playing more than one tour at the same time.
Oh, yes. I mean, it all means the more opportunities you get, the more opportunities that you take, the better it is for you. And so it is for these young guys. They want to play a lot, and they have the strength. They are still young. They wouldn't mind playing 28, 30 weeks. There was a time when, say, someone like Chief Milkha Singh and, of course, and Daniel Chopra, they would go pretty close to 40 weeks in a year.
Right.
But those are different days. Now they all want rest in between, work on their physical fitness, etc. So I think there's a lot to be said about that also.
I think next up for this elite group is what is the signature hole for this course, the Island ninth. But here's our leader by four, Yuvraj Sandhu, playing second on the eighth hole. Knocking it dangerously past the flag and right to the edge of the water. But the ball had enough spin on it to check and stay, even though it was on a downslope, running towards the water body. This course is actually a little more testing than it appears to the eye, because there are places the ball can just scoot off, like we just almost saw right now. It's scary, but all of them have made it safely to the island, all three in this final group. And what they do from here remains to be seen, though. The Manu seems to have at least stemmed the slide in his scorecard. At one time, he was l- looking like Yuvraj Sandhu was running away with it but that birdie on on the sixth hole seems to have helped Manu stabilize his round a little bit. Though, of course, he never shows any emotion. He seems to be walking a little more confidently.
That's Manu's style, strong and silent, man of few words.
We have to commend these two young men, Swami, Vishesh Sharma and Rohit Narwal. 9 holes on a day like this when the pressure must be intense, playing their first year with full tour cards, and they haven't dropped a shot. Uh, got to the 10th hole without any damage to the cards. In fact, both of them have added to their totals, picking up two
You're
and three
absolutely
shots.
right. I mean, it's quite commendable. 200 each, and I think it's been fantastic. I mean, both of them, they came through the qualifying school, and I mean, this is what I meant. When I mean the younger lot is now showing a lot of kind of verve, a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of pluck, in a way of saying. Both of them had made the cut in um, sorry, the the other top, the Tata Steel PGTI championships also. So I mean, they did a pretty good job up there. So I think they made the cut in the first event. Rohit finished 20th with the 4 rounds in the 60s, 69, 69, 68, 68.
Very impressive.
And Vishesh also made the cut with 68, 66, 71, and 70. He was tied 24th, so 20th and 24th. And here they are in this, this week. They are both of them, as of now, in the top five. They're tied for the fourth. Of course, still 27 holes left. So I would say kudos to these two youngsters. I mean, first timers, rookies on the tour. I think is something that PGTI, Amandeep Chol, Kapil Dev, and of course all the other team, the rest of the team, can feel very proud of. The way the youngsters have kind of made the PGTI their home and are now finding themselves comfortable.
Manu will putt first, right on the fringe of the rough. Guards this green from the water. Not an easy one. You have to come through the grass to make contact with the ball. The rough kind of impeding his putter. Never easy.
They're short about less than a foot. I think about 8 inches, 9 inches.
Very good result from where he was coming. No question. And going back to these two youngsters, Swami, that you were talking about, the Tolly is a quirky little course. I mean, it's not very long and it's set in the heart of Calcutta, in the urban Calcutta. But it can test you, and the fact that both of them, got Vishal played 4 rounds in the 60s, finished in the top 25, both of them, very
So
very
that's
good.
exactly. I mean, sorry, Rohit finished all his 4 rounds in 60s,
Right.
and Vishesh had a 70 and a 71 on the final 2 days. But nevertheless, I think 4 very good rounds. So I would say that par or better. I mean, or rather, the 1 round, of course, went over at 71. So I thought it was still a very commendable, a performance. No nerves, playing a new season for the first time as professionals. It takes a lot of, uh, you know, grit and determination to be there, to be amongst the country's best professionals. And talking of courses, yes, indeed, Tolly may be a bit shorter on distance, but it's certainly not an easy course. And this 9-hole, pretty little course, Glade, which if you multiplied it twice, there is that spider style. Camillo Villegas used to use it. He still does. So, there is what I would say is it's not exactly a short course in terms of the distance, but because it's line, there is always this perception in the mind. But it is a very challenging course as we've seen it. The first hole, always a tricky one. I don't think many people birdied, or just 2 people in the entire field birdied the first hole, and a whole lot of others dropped shots on the first. So, but there is always an incentive on the second. Many of them, most of the field actually picked a shot. Very few dropped a shot there. So, as they say, on a golf course, you usually have 6 easy pins, 6 medium, and 6 difficult. So, I suppose on Glade, you've got the same, except that the same 9 holes are played twice over with different pins and different tees. And I heard that it's a 270-acre property with a lot of residential homes also, so it could be extended to 18 holes also, and that would be just fabulous.
Yuvraj Sandhu, just not reading that very well. Slightly easier position to putt from than Manu was near the fringe, and he still went wide by about a foot. So, but still walking off with the par, no damage to the card. 4 shots to the good from the point he started. He'll be staying focused. He knows that these next 9 holes can be critical. But like you have said, it gives the whole field a chance to come back. And particularly since you're playing the same 9 holes, even if the tee point and the pin position may differ just a little bit, it's still some amount of comfort from the fact that you're basically walking the same ground, so to say.
You can keep playing the same hole every day for the rest of your lives. It doesn't mean that you're going to birdie it every second day. You're not.
Not for these lads. No, for them it's a little different. I mean, for you and me, yeah, we'll be spraying left and right. But these boys are obviously a lot more skilled, a lot more talented, lots and lots more hard work. And like keep going back to Narwal and Sharma, then look at the kind of, the not just the physical work, even the mental toughness they would have to have to be playing the first and second tour events on the big tour. As PGTI is the big tour for our boys, and to already provide such nerveless results, very very impressive.
Another thing, Rahul, I mean, talking about tours and PGTI tour, barring say Japan and Korea, it's one of the best tours in the whole of Asia. And you have say about 20, 24 events. Each year, a lot of prize money out there, and almost 30 crores, I believe, 33 crores. Haven't done the math on that, but I think it's just fabulous. I mean, you got a minimum of a crore each week. Then every now and then it's two and three, and, and then you have the big ones like the two challenges and the Indian Open. So I think it's a pretty massive tour.
Yeah,
And now that is why
100%.
you've got about more than a dozen foreign players, international players,
Exactly.
who want to actually use this as a testing ground before trying to get on to bigger tours, international tours. So I would say that this has indeed been a fantastic breeding ground for many of the international stars and, of course, our own players. So, I mean, there's a lot to be made, and I can tell you that I speak to a lot of people in Europe and Asia and elsewhere. They say, "What a wonderful tour at the starting level." I mean, in America, you have the PGA or the Confetti and say the other mini tours, but certainly this tour is very very high quality.
Like you very correctly pointed out, the number of overseas players who are now lining up to go through Q school and then
Exactly. Yes, that's
come
it. That's
through to the main tour
very
is,
valid.
is rising by the year, which is it's a great sign.
You
A
know,
two-time Asian Tour winner on the screen in
And it
front of
is, and
you.
even the Q school is actually not just a walk in the park. You've got the pre-qualifying stages. You got like no less than kind of three pre-qualifiers before you get down to the final stage, from where about 30-35 cards are kind of handed over. So I would say that it is not easy to even get onto the tour. Even the Q school has a massive field, and there's nothing more nerve-wracking than a Q school.
I have heard players actually call the Q school more nerve testing
I can
than,
imagine
than
that.
the main tour.
I
Because
certainly
the
won't be
stakes are so
surprised.
high.
I certainly won't be
Yeah,
surprised.
for sure.
As many as 128 players had played the final stage of the Q school, from where I believe some 32 or 34 cards were given out.
That's right.
Vishesh and Rohit actually finished much lower, around 50th or so, 40th, 50th, but they nevertheless got a chance here because many of the other players didn't land up, or rather chose to skip this one and play the other events. So there is ample chance, there's ample opportunity for the players to have a go at the tour. And remember, there used to be an old saying in professional golf: 1 week can change your life. Remember, if one of these boys, the rookies, win a tournament, that assures them a card for the next 2 years. So that means you don't have to worry about a job. Just like you and I have to worry about our job next year or next season. These young men, if they win once, they don't need to worry about the next job, next 2 years.
So, the only difference is we are on two opposite ends of the time scale. Yeah, but here's our event leader, ahead by 4. Yuvraj Sandhu starting off his back 9.
So two ends on the
Immediately
scale.
unhappy about something. I think there was some talking going on in the background. He gestured not in a very happy way towards someone to his right.
So this is the back stretch, so to speak. It's the same 9 holes, but they are now coming back to that first, which they had played as the front stretch, and now it's the second stretch, 9. So, but with a different tee, and of course a different pin. First time around, Yuvraj Sandhu had a par. He was probably hoping to make amends by picking up a shot here. Unfortunately, he didn't. And here is Saptak Talwar, who had a par also, first time around. He'd be hoping to go better. Now look at the way life schedule to see where he's going to get a chance. And when the Asian Tour starts, he keeps another eye there. So wherever he gets a chance, they play. So, and also, working out your schedule is so important. It's not just the money on each of these tours, but also the opportunities that they offer. So Saptak Talwar last
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
So 10 holes. This is the 10th hole. Might look a trifle slow for the game today. They've got full 9 holes to play. The walk is certainly a bit more brisk than it was earlier on.
This is the group ahead of the lead. The final trio. Narwal on the par 5, playing what looks to be his third shot, contemplating his lines and pace. Slightly difficult spot to come off. He has to cater for the thicker grass than the green itself.
That wasn't a terribly good putt there. He's back on the rough. He hasn't managed to get along the green.
It's always the danger, Swami, when you're coming for such a long putt and you have literally two edges to cater for. First time when you get on the green, then you have to cross the rough yet again, and somewhere the ball could run out of momentum, which it did, as we just saw. Difficult choice to make, and I guess this is where the experience he will learn from these things. Should he have gone with a wedge? Put a little more pace on the ball, so break through. He had to contend with two lots of rough, and in this case, the ball just got sucked. All the pace got sucked out of the ball, and it stayed off the putting surface, which now just makes his task a little more difficult. The others seem to have found the dance floor, and Gaurav Pratap, long chat with his caddy, trying to figure out which way the ball will break. He feels it's going to go right to left. His caddy obviously seems to have a second opinion on that. And they are looking a little puzzled. I don't know, what should we do? Narwhal trying to make amends for that first misread putt and coming through the rough yet again. So I don't think that's a bad job. Really, you can walk off this par 5 without dropping a shot. He's quite pleased with the outcome. And Gaurav Pratap with his putt, he's had plenty of time to look at both the pace and the line required. Still making one last reconnaissance flight over the pin and back. Vastly experienced player. Career revival last year when he won on home ground rather, at the Noida Golf Course. Popular win. genial young man, very popular bloke on the tour. Those are the things. That all that attention that he put in has paid off. He knocks it in. He's pleased. His caddy is pleased. A little fist bump there because they obviously had some sort of an exchange of opinion because Gaurav Pratap seemed to feel it's going to go right to left, but ultimately I think listening to his caddy and playing for a straighter line and putting the ball where it needed to go. Narwhal looking to clean up after that slightly mishit what looked like his third. Jugs the ball, 566 yard par 5, the 11th, second stroke 11th at the Glade 1, the 9-hole course, played twice over, and like Swami pointed out earlier. The first 2 days was played over 9 holes, and the final 2 days will be over 18, making it a 54-hole event, but played over 4 days. Sharma making no mistake there.
It's not a new rule. It's more a question of convenience for the players with the kind of heat that we have, especially in our country. And most of the tours all over the world follow the principle of wearing shorts just to make the player feel comfortable while on the course. After a great deal of deliberation, the PGTI has decided to finally allow shorts on the PGTI tour. And this happens to be the first event where we are allowing shorts to be a part of their attire. Now, the only thing is that the people are not really ready for to wear shorts. So we've got to educate them as to what kind of shorts is permitted, what is not permitted. We don't need the athletic kind of shorts or the tennis shorts, which are much shorter than what the normal average golf shorts are. So we would like them to wear, typically, it's like a good half pant, about 2 inches higher than the knee. It should have your loops, you can buckle around it. We don't need half pants wearing like a tracksuit or a half track pant. Those kind of things will not be allowed. Neither do we need shorts that look more like jeans. So we don't allow that. So people are not very sure it's exactly what it is we want them to, it should look formal. Good shorts, they look very, very formal, and the player should look smart. It should be, encouraging to other spectators, etc. It should be very spectator friendly and very TV friendly. We're going all over the world on television now, so it should be acceptable, and that's what we are trying to do now.
I mean, I think all professional golfers in India were looking forward to that because, it gets really hot in the subcontinent, and we'd been trying to, get this rule where we could wear shorts for especially the hotter months in the year when we play professional golf. And now globally, shorts are becoming quite a fashion statement for professional golfers. So I think it's the perfect time to include that in PGTI.
I'm really looking forward to it. I think it was a long time coming. Shorts has been allowed on lots of professional tours now for quite a while, and I think it's just going to help us survive the summer months. I'm going to enjoy it.
With the heat and that we play in our country, shorts I think are now, with all the tours going with it, I think we have followed in the right path, and it's very helpful for the players who are used to wearing it.
Feels really good. It's a really good rule. A lot of tours have allowed it, so it's really good, and especially in this kind of heat, I think players will love it.
Precaution. So that is there a short story on shots on a professional golf course, professional golf tournament. Indeed, I mean, a good departure. I mean, the players seem to be happy, and as long as the players are happy, I think the tour is happy.
But I'm sure, Swami, a lot of the purists will be very unhappy because they're the first to react to anything that's new, any new step, any new, thinking. It's the old guard. Fortunately, you and I are not part of that yet.
No, it's all right. I mean, I think one has to move with the times.
Yes.
I think if it is something that is helpful and the players can actually kind of take advantage of, I mean, I think it doesn't matter. And this, as Sampachari, the tournament, the chief referee, I mean, he's been a man who's seen golf for many, many years, decades, in fact, and he has been the chief referee at many very well-known international events. So he, as he said, they need to be like kind of they need to be really kind of make a statement. Make a statement. This is not a fashion parade. It's about convenience, and it is about the right kind of golf shots. I mean, these are not like tennis shots. These are like golf shots, and I think that education part will happen very soon. Many of these golfers actually have been playing club golf with shots in the past, so I think they don't really need to be educated as much, except that they need to get used to it, and I'm sure they will very soon. So it's good. I mean, I think it's a very forward-looking step for the good of the golfers who are actually why the tour is being run. So I think it's a great step.
Manu has found himself in the bunker for the second time today. Same hole, hole number 1, now hole number 10. He's still in the sand pit, but with the pin position having changed this time, he has got a little more green to play with. Though I think he will have to be a little wary because the green sort of looks like it's running away from him past the midpoint of the. You can see the slight change in the color of the grass, and with the breeze again blowing. This is going to be a little bit of a test of his abilities. Though these boys, they're so good at so many situations on a golf course. And putting the ball high. And ultimately a fairly good result given the fact that the ball's coming down more than half the green slopes towards where the camera is. So took a lot of pace off the ball by putting it in the air. And Saptak Talwar checking his lines. He is the towel out. This is exactly what you were saying, Swami, given the fact that the climate now, as the summer grows, we are right on the verge of summer, and the tour has a long schedule ahead. So it's really, I've always thought it's a great idea. But
No question about it. I mean, I think it's a matter of convenience. It's also, the climate and the places that we often play the tournaments on our tour. I mean, you do need, kind of some leeway there, and I'm sure the players understand all that. And I've never heard of golfers having had to be told about the shots or they all know that tennis shots are different from golf shots.
no, like I said, it's always the establishment which is the most resistant to change, and it will be the old guard. No, no, no. Why do we have to do this? Why should we have to do that? And they are the ones who will oppose it first. And the fact that all of that has been overcome, the presence of Kapil Dev as president of the PGTI and Amandeep Jol with his obviously forward thinking, along with Uttam, of course, set kind of a template for 16 years in the job. He also helped carry the tour forward a long way. And now here we are, and we are now seeing innovations by the month, massively increased tour prize fund for the tour. This 11 tournaments is 15 crores on offer already. Which is about the first 1/3 of the season. And
Indeed, I spoke to Kaval when he took over. He said, we need to innovate, we need to make a few changes, we need to do all these things to ensure that youngsters keep coming to the sport. One of the reasons why people come to, youngsters want to flock to cricket is because there have been innovations there. There's been a lot of organizing. I think that's what Kapil wants to kind of emulate in golf. I mean, after having had amazing success in cricket as a captain, as a player, and of course, being an official on the BCCI, he's been a coach, etc. And he's seen the sport from very close quarters. So I suppose he knows a thing or two about how to make a game attractive. So I think that's what he's trying to do is attract more people to come to golf. And when good players come to golf, sponsors will automatically follow.
And in between, we saw Saptak Talwar almost jug his shot for birdie from off the green. Came on a little too hot and hit the flag stick and bounced off. But Yuvraj Sandhu, I think, is facing his first real test of the day. He's be putting for par and he's a long way from the pin. So this is going to be interesting. This is really the first time he's put himself under pressure, like you said earlier. Extremely, extremely on point with his irons and his wedges. Keeping the ball very, very close to the pin every time he hit it. This is one of the few occasions he's gone long, and
Wonderful putt there from Yuvraj Singh. He's shown that he is the man in form. He is the man to beat. And look at that happy walk from there. Great putt there. A huge one. And Yuvraj actually been in excellent form. And then also, once you're confident, you know that was a huge putt, a long one. And Yuvraj really got that on. So I think it was a fantastic one. Let's see if Manu can also get something down there. Yuvraj is right now playing like a dream. He's getting those long putts, hitting the ball pretty cleanly and long. He has missed a chance or two, but that always will happen. You're not going to be able to hold every single opportunity that you get. And Manu is not holding many opportunities that he's getting.
he
So it's
knew.
been at the complete other end of the stick. He knew the moment he struck the ball, he knew it was not going in. Saptak Talwar now. Runs it off, tidies it up, and off they go. A great putt from Yuvraj. A disappointing miss by Manu, and Saptak taps one from about less than 2 feet.
Namaste, Kem Cho? Ram Ram Vaisarana. Sastrikal. Ahoy. Surikha. Kasakai Barakai. Namaskara. Aibuan.
Vanakkam Ahmedabad.
Ahmedabad. Konnichiwa. Ciao a tutti e benvenuti ad Ahmedabad. সবাইকে আমার তরফ থেকে নমস্কার. We are so excited to play golf at the Glade 1 Golf Resort, Ahmedabad. Catch us here live from 18th of February to 21st of February. So all of you catch the action live on ABP and please join us at the venue at the Glade 1 Resort for PGTI. हमें देखने जरूर आइए. हमें देखने जरूर आइए.
That was a welcome in different languages from our players, Indian and international.
Well, I've got my two on-ground experts back on air. Aditya, what's your take for the play so far? Yuvraj seems to be really racing away with the title.
Yeah, Yuvraj is one of those star horses. When they get up on the full canter, it becomes really, really difficult to stay in chase with them, forget about catching them. But of course, we've had some really good golf in terms of a 5 under par by Rohan Dhole Patil. And as they say, the ship has not sunk till it's done. And maybe somebody can try and catch him, but with the performance which Yuvraj has put up, looks really, really difficult.
Amandeep sir, your word on it. You think Yuvraj is really running away with it, or someone like Rohan or a Rashid who's coming up slow and steady has a chance?
Vivek, as I see it, it's moving day. And you know what I see on the leaderboard? It's 4 under par by Yuvraj, Arjun Prasad 4 under, Kshitij Naved Kaul 4 under, Rohan Dhole Patil 5 under. And we got a whole lot of people playing 3 under par. So it's truly a moving day here at Glade 1. You know, the golf course has played fantastic. I've spoken to a few of the professionals. They are saying that the greens are playing absolutely impeccable. The wind, where's the wind? You know, Addy, the wind, I mean, we were looking at, that's the teeth that this golf course has, and that's completely missing. So, like we said in the morning, double digits, it's already, Yuvraj has already got 9 holes still to play, or 8. If I'm not mistaken, yes, 8, and he's already double digits at 10 under par, and he's sniffing. I mean, 4 people at 6 under par. I think game is on. I don't think Yuvraj is going to run away with it.
Adi, your take?
Well, yes, absolutely. And a Gary player design with the open layout, wind does play a very big variable. But kindly, from the weather gods, the players are enjoying the benefit of no wind, and they're just throwing darts at the flagsticks, which can definitely be seen on the scores. So let's hope tomorrow throws in a little bit of a extreme challenge in terms of wind picking up, and let's see who takes it all.
Let me tell you, it's no easy. No. The darts are not being thrown in. The wind, the greens are firm. They're bouncing around. My players are playing great golf. They have adjusted to very tough conditions done by your green superintendent. So the golf course is not playing easy. Let me tell you, it's not playing easy. The boys are playing well, and I'm very proud that they are shooting numbers which are world class at this great golf course designed by Gary Player.
So yeah, it's still, we got some more time left on day 3. We've got Yuvraj to play another 8 holes, and it's going to be Yuvraj versus rest of the field. Over to you, Swami.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's it. A proud Amandeep Joel, the CEO of the PGTI, and Aditya Chauhan, the general manager from Glade 1. It's been, they've put together a fantastic course, no question about that. And the players have responded beautifully. And I think it's been a great test so far. It's a great test for the players, and the players have responded well. A 9-hole course played twice over, and the scores have been excellent. Have been led by none other than Yuvraj Sandhu, an established champion. He is 4 under for the day so far, and he's got a 4-shot lead over the clubhouse leader Rohan Dhole Patil, who shot a 5 under for the day. So Rohan actually has the best round so far of the day, though Yuvraj Sandhu is on top of the leaderboard. So a great a test out there for all these guys.
More than one name coming up the leaderboard on very quietly, Swami. Arjun Prasad, like you pointed out a little while ago, highly talented, hugely talented young man. So not really able to deliver the sort of results that his talent promised, but he's making a very quiet and a very determined move up the leaderboard. He's into joint second now. He's bogey free for the first 11 holes, 12 holes. He's picked up 4 shots. So yeah, and he's not the only one. There are more. There are others on the move. On moving day, correctly, sort of classified or termed the penultimate day of every professional golf championship. And but Yuvraj Santhu is clearly showing he's the one to beat, because that par putt was not an easy one, and he just was completely nerveless in converting. So he's
And there
he's
you
on
see
track.
that young man there, Kshitij Navid Kaul. I mean, he is a plucky player, a young guy who's actually, he's barely into his mid 20s, but he's been around for almost 10 years, first as a amateur and then aim point, that's what he's using. He came to grief with a double bogey on the 10th, but immediately fought back with birdies on the 11th and the 12th, and he is back to 4 under for the day. He was 4 under for the front line, dropped a double bogey, quickly picked up birdies on the next two, back to 4 under for the day, and 6 under total. And he is tied second with 6 more holes to go for the day. So that's the kind of grade. These young men are fearless, as we've been talking about it again and again, and they have a lot of fight in them. So here is Kshitij wanting to continue that streak that he's going through. He's got 2 birdies, and let's see how he does on this one. So it's actually been a great fight. I mean, people who drop shots have fought back, or they have actually stayed there very much in contention and made sure that they are not giving any ground. There is Kshitij. Unfortunately, it took a bit of time, a little into the corridors of uncertainty, as they would say in another sport, and the ball slides past, and he doesn't quite get it.
Now we're also seeing a bit of experience starting to show. Swami. Gaurav Pratap is now up to joint second. He's picked up 1, 2, 3, 4 birdies in his last 7 holes. Rashid Khan on his way up, he's had a couple of dents in his card, but he's fought back quickly, getting birdies immediately after that. Chika, one name he has been missing from the top of the leaderboard for a very long time, given his immense talent. He is on the rise. He's up to sixth, 5 under in total, 3 under for the day. Rashid also making a move. So suddenly, the top 10 is looking a little different from what it was when we started out in the morning. And yeah, an experience showing here at the same time the youth and confidence of the likes of Rohit Narwal and young Sharma a little further down the order, but not giving way, not taking a step back. Both of them have.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Live action with Angad Chima getting ready for this 10-footer. Seems like a fairly flat putt. Well done. Good putt, center cup. Another of the few players today wearing shorts. I told you so moment seemed like there for Angad. Not too sure who he was saying that to, but I won't be surprised if he had a small wager on that putt. The group of Akshay Niranjan. He's got a downhill putt. Akshay Niranjan, Chikka Rangappa making his way up the leaderboard today. One of the international stars coming out of the PGTI. So his formative years on the PGTI have definitely pushed him to make a name on the international stage. Akshay with that little curler, really quick. Good attempt, good speed again. Again, one of those putts, length of putts where speed needs to be given a little more weightage over line reading. A two putt is a good result from that length. The winner of Panchkula last year has got this for birdie on the 15th. Perfectly there, just pulling the right edge of the cup. Chika lining up his birdie attempt. Momentum's with him, and one of his strongest suits in his golf game is this flat stick. This guy can hold a lot of putts over the course of a tournament. And just one of those players who gets extremely confident when he starts rolling them in. Lets that run by, took his chances on that putt. Well and truly took his chances on that putt. Has let that slide by about 4 feet. But that's what you see with him, whenever he's starting to get a little hot with his game, he starts trying to hold every putt, regardless of how long or short it may be. This, I'm assuming, will not be too much of a hassle for him to roll back into the hole. Ooh, an unforced error there by Chikka. I'm sure he didn't see that coming. That's a momentum stopper for sure. He's going to have to fight his way back and win and earn back that stroke that he just gave away there. Playing with Varun Parekh and Akshay Niranjan. That must be a bitter pill to swallow. I think you've got to be able to accept these putts, especially when you're of the aggressive nature that Chikka is on the golf course. Man, that'll hurt. We're back on the 13th hole now. The flag this time is on the left side of the green. We saw that earlier in the coverage that the left part of the green collected a lot of golf balls, and surprisingly enough, this time Yashas has left his ball on the right half of the green. Not a great tee shot by Mohammad Azhar. He's left himself about a good 15 yards short of the edge of the green. So he's got about a 25 yarder into a par 3. That's a rare sight in professional golf. But also goes to show that not every shot hit by a professional golfer is perfect. It's just that a professional will find a way to make up and down from wherever he is around the green. So it's not just the extraordinary tee shot.
So these are lads who've actually, kind of worked hard. They've come up and they want to be there because, the hunger is there a lot. And the opportunities, as we've been talking about the whole day, you know, they want to get somewhere there right on top. They're not satisfied just being around in India or being the best in India. They want to be best in the region. They want to be best in Asia. They want to be best in the world. They dream big.
And look, this is a dream pick. In case you
What a
caught it.
beautiful picture out
Lovely,
there.
great work from the drone pilots, bringing us shots from high above the Glade.
A downhill shot there, a chip there from downhill. It's not the easiest ones to do. Subhash, always a difficult one. He does get it to the green, but unfortunately he rolls back right onto that apron, and I wonder if he's being going to be able to use a putter, but I'm sure he will use a putter there. But then not an easy shot. There, amidst that water body, you can see a couple of lovely looking swimming pools. One a big one, and then one a kiddies pool. There, and you see all those benches there right next to the swimming pool. Very, very appetizing and very, very inviting.
Someone's in trouble again. This is, it's not necessarily that you need to stray too far off the fairways to get yourself into trouble, but this will not help at all. You're hitting out of the rough. You've got trees around you to distract your swing. And never easy to get a good transition out of this. But that's what these guys do on a daily basis. Practice for so many situations. And yeah, it's never going to be easy to find the green.
There, here is the bunker. While we were talking, Abhinav Lohan, the defending champion, has closed the day with a birdie finish. And that means he is now over four under for the day, and he's finished the round at 4 under for the day. And at 6 under, he is in contention. He is, of course, 4 shots behind the runaway leader at this stage, Yuvraj Sandhu, who after that hat-trick of birdies on 4, 5, 6 has just managed a string of pars. And I'm sure he just wants to hang in there, doesn't want to give shots or doesn't want to go back to the field. His 4-shot lead has been pretty solid and it's been pretty intact there. So I'm sure he wants to make sure that he's not giving any chances.
That's Yashash Chandra from Mysore on your screen just now.
Talking of Mysore, that other golfer from Mysore, Pranavi Ors, she's been. So when you talk about say places like Karnal or Kapurthala and small places, Mysore, yes, of course, a lovely city. What palaces? What a great the Wadiyar course there, Jaimachandra course there, an absolutely wonderful one. So and I think there's so much happening all over India in terms of the sport that these are the youngsters who are coming from there, wanting to hit it big, and they are doing a lot. They're working hard and they want to be there. They want to be among the best in the business.
And the wonderful thing is, Mami, from each one of these smaller courses or smaller centers is an inspiration to the younger ones around them in their, milieu. So, like if Pranavi is doing what she is. Her cousin is following in her footsteps.
Exactly. I must just share this.
Tremendous run.
With Atri, who's just turned a professional, she has decided that whatever she gets, she tried through the LATQ school, didn't quite make it there to the main tour, but she wants to play wherever she can.
Right.
So she is going to South Africa to play on the Sunshine Ladies Tour. And like last year, Tressa Malik made her way back to form with a fantastic win in a tournament in South Africa. So what is happening? All these girls now, some of these girls, Vidhatri Ors, Ananya Garg, Ria Purvi, they all want to go to Australia and play there, or to South Africa. Wherever there's an opportunity, they're willing to travel. Get a chance, get an opportunity to try and break into it. You've got a bunch of girls on the LET, there is Aditi on the LPGA. So I think there is huge, kind of opportunity for all these kids. Rehan Thomas, very much an Indian who's based in Dubai. He won on the PGTI tour last year in Coimbatore. He is now playing on the Conferry tour. He's already made the cut in the first two tournaments, and he made two cuts. He's doing pretty decently, and if he finishes in the top 20, he could be on the PGA tour. And so I think after Anirban, we'll finally have another player on the PGA Tour. That'll be fantastic. So a DP World has a lot of Indians. Asian Tour has a lot of Indians. So it'll be Indian men all over the world once again. And we have that situation anyway in the women's circuit with Diksha, Pranavi, Twesa, and of course Amandeep and Wani, not in the best of forms, but still playing their way back through the domestic tour. All a question of opportunities and grabbing those.
Very true. So one more exhibition of coming out of sand and trying to look for the best possible result. Face of the plate absolutely open, looking up at the sky. Goes as softly as you can under the ball to try and check the pace as it flies out. Even then, not an easy one because green is running away from him.
Absolutely, you got to get it at the right spot, not too close and not too far.
Under the circumstances, probably the best result possible.
On feed one, Akshay Niranjan. He's playing alongside Varun Parekh and Chika. Akshay Niranjan also comes from, he used to play at this golf course in Mangalore. Of course, then moved to Bangalore to play a lot more. Watching amateur golf gives you an opportunity to see many of these. Actually, I saw Akshay Niranjan also at one of the Asia Pacific Amateur Championships in the past. So, along with Aryan Rupan and
Right.
also the tour. So many of these guys are actually, these guys have all come through the ranks, as I keep saying, looking for an opportunity to grab anytime they can.
The third member of the group is a local boy, Varun Parekh.
Absolutely.
Won a tremendous shootout.
At the DLF, right? Am I wrong?
No, against Rahil at, I think it was Chennai.
So
It
Varun
went to
Parekh
the
is very
fourth or the fifth playoff hole before I think Rahil kind of hit his approach shot marginally long and Varun stayed on the green and converted. Tremendous fight, and I think it was the second win after winning the.
Oh yeah,
the
but
DLF.
I know the tournament that you're talking about because he considers that as a highlight in his life because he got the trophy from MS Dhoni in the presence of Kapil Dev at the
That was
Thornton
his
tournament.
first yes. Varun
Yes,
missing out
there
on
is
the
Varun
deadline,
Parekh.
right? As we speak, he's right there in front of us.
Lovely
Local-
man.
local
Very
boy.
well spoken, very articulate, the kind of an ambassador, young ambassador that a golf tour would love to have. So he is great.
That is
that's
the
the proof.
Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Open.
GT Thornton, Kapil
at
Dev
the
presents.
DLF,
Yeah.
at the DLF course, 2 years ago. I think that was his first professional win.
See, that's why I said these are boys who are making it there. And here is a man who's had a few ups and downs in his career. Chikarangappa comes from a very modest family. He's made it so good. He's won the Indian Order of Merit, I think, once or twice, played on the Asian Tour. Hasn't been able to break through that ceiling.
I think he lost his Asian Pro card this year. He didn't make it through
That's
this
right.
tour. Sad. He's
But
another tremendous
he's a
talent.
very gritty guy. I wouldn't be surprised he'll be back there sooner than you think.
Great buddy of Anirban Lahiri.
That's right.
Yeah, so I think he's. But yeah, he seems to have lost his way just a little bit in the last year.
But I did speak to him a few months back, and he was saying he's working right now on his fitness. There are certain aspects of his game, of course. All these golfers are like mechanics. They keep tinkering with their car. They try to keep kind of doing something to their putting, their driving, their chipping, their wedge,
So, I mean,
everything.
there is no finer example of exactly what you're saying than Gary Player's take on Tiger Woods. He said at the height of his success, why did he have to go to a swing coach who's never played a major? Why did he have to go to a swing coach who's never played the Open? He started all of that and he stayed where he was. Had he just carried on with his technique and whatever he had that took him to that level, he probably would have. Gary Player is convinced that he would have won 25 majors.
There's another player that I can name, Victor Hovland. I mean, he was at his peak. I mean, he achieved everything on the PGA Tour and then decided to make some changes and lost his way. Now he's trying to find his way back. You ask him and he smiles. He says, that's game, that's golf. You keep trying to forget better. Sometimes
Fiddle with your
it
game all
doesn't
the
quite
time.
work like that. Absolutely.
Constantly fiddling with your game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but there's the other thing also. Why fix it when it ain't broke?
It's a point of view. Why not try to get better? That's the other view. So here are these two young lads, Rohit Narwal and Vishesh, who we've been talking about a lot today. They've been in the second lead group. I mean, both rookies came through the qualifying school, not right at the top of the qualifying school, but nevertheless showing that they do have the mettle. They are very much up there somewhere and doing a pretty decent job. Vishesh is tied seventh. He is 2 under for the day. Rohit Narwal unfortunately dropped a shot on the 10th. He's 1 under for the day. So they are pretty much on a leaderboard like this. 2 shots here and there can suddenly change the face of it all over again. Talking about picking up shots, doing well. Mr. Yuvraj Sandhu has birdied the third par 5 of the day. He's got all the par 5. He's picked a shot in each of the 3 par 5s he's played so far. That's the name of the game. You get to a golf course, seek out those par 5s, make sure you pick a shot of them. If you do that, 4 par 5s in around 4 days, they were 16 under. You have the most awesome cushion over the rest of the field. So that was his 5th birdie for Yuvraj. So he's 5 under for the day. He's equaled the day's best card, and he's still got 6 more holes to go, or rather 7 more holes to go. He's 11 under, and the gap is now swelled to 5 shots over the clubhouse leaders. Rohan Dhol Patil and Abhinav Lohan and Rashid Khan. So 3 guys at 6 under finish, sitting in the clubhouse, waiting for their supper, waiting for dinner, while Yuvraj Sandhu is still picking birdies, or while shooting down birdies. There is Angad Chima on the left feed.
That's about the 4th or the 5th person that the camera has tracked it. We have seen from that exact same position on this hole. It seems to be a popular spot to miss, rather.
Maybe our cameraman has picked the right spot to shoot from, so that he knows where the challenge lies. Another player has moved into that crowded, tied 2nd place, and that's Arjun Prasad. So there are 5 players at tied 2nd at 6 under. Rohan Dhol Patil, Abhinav and Rashid, who already finished for the day and are at 6 under, while Kshitij, Naved Kaul and Arjun Prasad are also at 6 under, but they still have 6 holes each to go. This is a tournament which is wide open for the 2nd place downwards. Up there, Yuvraj Sandhu has showing the form of 22.
But stayed a little low. Excellent camera work there as well. A little bit of local wildlife. It's obviously a bird that's hunting for a good dinner. Like Swami was saying, some of the clubhouse leaders are in the clubhouse for their suppers, and that's another young little one looking for its supper, hovering over one of the numerous water bodies at this course. Yeah, I mean, the shadows are starting to get long, Swami. So one wonders how much longer they will be able to play on today. The lead group still has seven holes to go, and that's a nice, neat conversion by young Sharma. He's on a good roll. He's not done very much wrong through the day. Stayed with pretty much on or around the leaders at the moment and joined seventh place.
Some action replay. Gaurav Pratap Singh. Honestly, the golf course is playing so good. There's been a lot of birdies out there. There's, of course, a few errant shots, a few errant double bogeys, especially down the leaderboard, and they've all come to grief. Of course, never the best of things to mention. Chandrajit Yadav dropped no less than 4 double bogeys. So it wasn't a great day for him. But otherwise, it's been a pretty solid day. And there is Rohit Narwal, straight down. No mistake.
Nervous putt though, it was.
Yes, indeed.
And ball wobbled quite a bit before it got to the target, but hopefully there has not been too much of damage from that missed first putt. Gaurav Pratap just dropped a shot a little while ago, but hopefully he will get his round back on track. Still in the top 10. One shot behind the group that is sharing second place. 5 players in second at the moment.
There's 11 players within one shot, either at 6 or 5 under. 11 players. So that's a lot.
Lovely bunker work there. Giving the ball plenty of air. Coming up nice and sweet out of the bunker there.
Angachima playing alongside Prakharasawa and Marimuthu. Marimuthu on the right side, Angachima there in shots. Angachima's not had the best. He started off brilliantly with 3 birdies on the second, fourth, and the fifth, but thereafter it's been a bit of an up and down. Bogey on the 8th and a triple bogey on the 10th, followed by birdies on 11th and the 14th. So it's been a bit of a roller coaster there for Angachima. Prakhar has had a much more Stable day. And early bogey on the 4th. He's just made up with birdies on the 12th and the 14th.
I mean, Kshitij coming back from that double bogey with successive birdies, so he's
Yes,
that's a
yes.
tough young man over there.
Yeah, he's a very tough young man. And
Great bounce back.
I must share another small story about Kshitij. He used to, stay far off, but during COVID, he would get out when he got there was permission for golf courses to operate in driving ranges. He would turn up at a driving range in Gurgaon, the skyline, and he would spend the entire day there. Turn up at about 10 o'clock, was 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, and then in between he would even take rest at the clubhouse or the club there. He would bring food with him, and he would bring two meals with him, and his mom used to be there. He would practice there for 10 hours, 12 hours. Absolutely fantastic. The kind of dedication that he used to show. Awesome guy, very, very young. He was barely 13 or 14, I think, when he reached the finals of the All India Amateurs and lost the final to Priyanshu. But since then, he has emerged as a very good professional with a few wins against his name. If I'm not wrong, if I recall, his first win was actually a win at a 36-hole tournament in Cochin. And when it was, there was a lot of rain at that time. So he's actually quite a talent.
And just before this, we saw Prakhar Asawa making very good use of a beautiful recovery from the bunker, solid putt. So he's already, like Swami said, he's bounced one early bogey two in the first nine, and now he's picked up two shots on the second. Yuvraj Sandhu, I think, launching the ball just a little too long.
Angachima.
Not having the best of days there. That was a par putt for Prakhar Asawa, but Angat Chima looks like he dropped a shot on this hole. It's unfortunate because Manu Ganda's not having the best of days. Moving day, he's not moved in the right direction, definitely. Whereas our leader has just kept going forward. No one's really pushed him through the day as of yet. 5 shots, the margin now, and we're coming into the final 6 holes of day 3, moving day at the 1 crore Gujarat Open presented by Glade 1 at Ahmedabad. Saptak Talwar lining up his tee shot. But somebody has to, start putting pressure on Yuvraj, because otherwise he's cruising at the moment. There's nothing to seemingly trouble in terms of pressure from behind. If there are any mistakes that could come the next remaining whatever holes, be honest from him by himself. There's no one really pushing him into error at any point so far. And,
Remember, he has one more par 5 coming up on the 15th. On the 14th. So he's probably, licking his chops, hoping for another birdie out there. Here's Arjun Prasad.
Yeah, he's picked up shots on all the 3 par 5s so far. Yuvraj, so definitely.
Actually, so has Arjun Prasad. He's got birdies on the 2nd, the 5th, and the 11th so far.
He's coming around quietly. Here is right as we speak. He's on our screens in front of us. Beautifully read, but perfectly placed, perfectly paced. right in the middle of the jug. Enormously talented young man, never really has. I don't think he even has a win yet on the tour.
I don't think so.
He came close twice or thrice last year.
Yes, exactly. He's been close, but I don't think he's actually completed a win.
Doesn't have a win to his name yet. Been around for a while, and he will be another one. If he walks away from this one with a good result, maybe. Not sure who will be in a position to push the leader with holes running out. But if if Arjun carries on the way he's going, he will definitely be challenging for one of the top 2-3 places. Another very sweetly converted putt. This is a very pretty golf course. I mean, in the sense, the landscaping is. I'm sure it tests the players, but it also looks good on the eye. You see another replay of Arjun absolutely centering that putt. It's the hint of a turn on that one from right to left, and he got it right in the center of the cup. This is a leading group. Saptak Talwar and Yuvraj both going long with their tee shots. The par 3, 13th hole.
Something extremely interesting I found out about Arjun. He surely likes Gujarat. Back in 2022, he actually finished as runner-up at the Gujarat Open. But that was at another golf course, the Kalhar Blues. So Arjun sure loves Gujarat. That was long way back in 2022. So, and that same year at the Grade 1 Masters, he was 16th. So there is a kind of a connection between Arjun Prasad and Gujarat. I'm sure he wouldn't mind picking up his first title in Gujarat itself. So he's had quite a bunch of top tens through his career, but unfortunately, no Ws. He has suffered in between due to injuries also, a part and parcel of a golfer's life. But I'm sure he would sound like he's a young man.
The tricky one for Talwar. He's kept the ball far back in his stance, and probably looking to keep it a little low. Because judging this one is not going to be easy. He's coming up and he's going down again after that. So opting to roll the ball. Just drifting a bit further to the right than you would have liked with that one. But there was not a ball on a downslope, and he had to cater for that. Yuvraj Sandhu is just maybe 6 inches, 8 inches closer to the green, but in a much better space because the ball is on a much flatter lie. Talwar was looking down the hill. Sandhu has got a much relatively flatter space to play off from. So it's interesting to see which way he goes. Does he fly the ball in or does he roll it on? Even where the ball is, it seems to be. He also looking to keep the ball low.
Left himself a lot of work to do there.
Almost identical to what Talwar before him played. Third member of the group, Manu Ganda's finding himself on what is a very, very large dance floor. His two colleagues went off the green at the other side. He's played safe and left himself a two putt on this long putt coming up.
We did catch Kshitij in between. Kshitij has been going through his roller coasters. He dropped a birdie or bogey on the 13th, but quickly picked up an eagle on the 14th and a birdie on the 15th. So Kshitij is having quite an action-packed day. 4 birdies on the front line, a double bogey and an eagle, and 3 birdies against 1 bogey.
Swami Arjun and Kshitij, in fact, are sharing now second place, which is
Absolutely
8 under, 3 behind. So finally, Yuvraj, I think, will start to feel a little bit of heat. He's been running free at the top of the leaderboard for a very long time. Lead now 3 strokes, and he has a difficult putt coming up to save par on this hole.
An interesting thing about Kshitij, he's not had a single par in the last 7 holes.
Double bogey, birdie, birdie, bogey, eagle, bogey. Birdie, I beg your pardon. That's on rock and roll golf.
So in 15 holes, he's had 5 pars. That's all.
Anu we had a wonderful putt.
Well, great putt. Great
Long
putt.
and it's left himself a tap in.
So there's 2 8-unders, Kshitij and Arjun Prasad right now. Yuvraj Sandhu, who held a 5-shot lead at one stage, sees it coming down to 3 as Kshitij and Arjun Prasad have made a move. Kshitij eagle birdie on 14, 15, and whereas Arjun Prasad's had birdies on 11, 13, and 15. So the competition is actually quite heated up, and it's been quite solid. Unfortunately, slips past. Not the best results he would have hoped for. Here is Saptak Talwar. He's just dropped 1 shot, which was pretty early in the round of the 4th, but he's also picked up only 2 birdies. He had a few sniffs, but he's not been able to convert them. Not to be. Goes past again. It's been quite an interesting day. I mean, when the day started, Yuvraj Sandhu was chased very hard by Manu Gandas, and now suddenly there is a lot of action there. Manu and Yuvraj were both tied at 6 under after the first 2 rounds, which was 18 holes actually, 9 hole rounds there. And then at one point, Yuvraj Singh raced away to a 5-shot lead, was 5 under through 11, but more recently, just a little while ago, Kshitij and Arjun Prasad have made a run. Both are at 6 under each for the day, with 3 holes each to go, and they have actually made some ground. They are now at 8 under each, and at 8 under each, they are only 3 behind Yuvraj, and Yuvraj knows that 3 shots can disappear in a blink. Vishesh holds that out, finishes the day. A good day there for Vishesh, young Vishesh.
Gaurav Pratap has gone off the boil suddenly, so he is making a good run at the top for a while, but he's dropped a shot a little while ago. And
the others picked up.
Others have picked up around him, and Yuvraj has finally dropped his first shot of the day on the par 3 13th.
And Gaurav.
That could be a double bogey. Not a good sign.
So that bogey that we saw a little while ago before Gaurav's bogey, which was like Yuvraj's bogey, that shot has actually reduced the margin between him and the chasers, Kshitij and Arjun, to just 2 shots. So 5 shots ahead at one stage, and then suddenly, a short time, Kshitij and Arjun have made rapid strides. That's what can happen. Leads have a habit of disappearing. Nice, lovely view out there. Right now, suddenly, the golfing gods not smiling as much on Yuvraj. Yuvraj having a series of the first 6 holes saw 4 birdies, and thereafter he's had only 1 birdie on the 11th, which he gave back on the 13th. And the 14th, a par 5, is what he'll be hoping to make a comeback on.
And it's surprising because he saw, Saptak Talwar just play from behind and from an even tougher lie. And his ball went exactly the same way, which is quite interesting. I mean, quite disappointing actually, as far as his standards are concerned.
Back to Ashton there, Yashas Chandra.
Final 5 holes of the day for the last group, the lead group, where we have just seen overnight co-leader Yuvraj Sandhu showing first signs of a little bit of crack in his armor. Till then, he was 5 shots to the good and dropping a stroke on the par 3 13th hole. And immediately behind him, Arjun Prasad still keeping a clean card, keep staying out of trouble. 6 birdies in 15 holes completed. Kshitij Naval, on the other hand, like Swami pointed out a little while ago, roller coaster of a ride with no pars in his last 6 holes, a double bogey, a birdie, bogey, eagle, and birdie. That sees him all the way up to 8 under alongside Arjun and in second place. Yuvraj Sandhu now leading by 2 on 10 under par for the event, 4 under for the day, while hot on his heels, Arjun Prasad and Kshitij Navidkar are 6 under rounds with 3 holes to go. The leader has 5. Earlier in the day, we saw Rohan Dhule, Patil, Rashid Khan, and defending champion Avinav Lohan set a clubhouse score of 6 under, but that has been overtaken now. Though the players are still out on course, so effectively that stays the clubhouse target for now, 6 under. Our event leader at the 1 crore rupee Gujarat Open presented by Glade 1 is Yuvraj Sandhu on 10 under par, 4 under for the day. He still has 5 holes to go and is being chased by a pack that has seen something of a breakaway by 2 players who are closing in. This is a group of Prakharasawa, one more in that same spot only. It seems to be a very favored spot for finding trouble. And same result. Ball is in the bunker, the green side bunker from that angle. As the shadows get longer on this third round, third day, moving day, as the third day of every professional golf tournament is known as, we've seen a fair amount of movement, some good, some bad. Overnight co-leader Manu Gandas not making any great impression on his score from the second round. Yuvraj Sandhu breaking away from the pack at one point, leading by 5 shots, has slowly been reeled in because it's not that he was suddenly became conservative, but there have been some hot runs up the board, like particularly led by Arjun Prasad and by Kshitij Navidkar, who really are 6 under for the day each with 3 holes to go. So lots of golf to be played between the rest of today and the final day tomorrow. It's Glade 1, 9-hole course being played twice over. In all, a 54-hole event because the first 2 rounds are of 9 holes each. 53 professionals making the cut. And Ahmedabad hosting the second event of PGTI, Tata Steel PGTI's 2025 schedule. After it teed off at Calcutta, Kolkata, the Tollygunge Club, where Yuvraj Sandhu, the current leader, emerged winner by a shot.
Two shots. That's what separates Yuvraj Sandhu from Arjun Prasad and Kshitij Naved Kaul. Yuvraj has 5 holes left there. Arjun and Kshitij have 3 each. The closing stages of the third round. But remember, the first 2 rounds were 9 holes each. The third round is 18, and the fourth will also be 18. So it's actually a 54-hole tournament spread over 3 days so far. One more round to come.
Oh my goodness, there's some fabulous hitting into the green from way out by this group. Ball literally dancing around the pin on twice so far, and one more to go. Sangat Chima, unmistakable in that long frame of his and the shots. One of the longer hitters on the tour and closest to the green before he played. And there you have an example, an exhibition of the extreme skill some of these players can put on show when things are going well for them, or even if they're not. It doesn't really matter. Immense distance control, great ball control, while landing just a couple of yards from the pin and rolling backwards to within a couple of feet. Angat Chima showing why he's such a dangerous player and how quickly things can turn around. Long putt for a member of the lead group. Saptak Talwar leaves it well short. It's actually Swami the first day of this event that they're playing 18 holes, so maybe there's a bit of exhaustion also involved there.
Don't let them know that.
2 days of 9 holes each, and suddenly they're playing double the amount of golf they played. So yeah,
don't let them know that.
that putt stayed well short. I mean, surprisingly short of given the speed at which the greens have been rolling today. And he's still Talwar's putt. Means the others in his group are already closer to the pin than he has managed with his first putt. Beautiful. Very nice. I made up for that little lapse with a very firm and convincing stroke. I beg your pardon. To mop up on the par 5. 14th hole, Manu Gandas taking a long look at his putt coming up next. A little replay there. Much better read on what he needed to do. Yuvraj Sandhu going next, our leader now by 2. And the ball just shaves the lower edge of the hole. Goes past. He's made the most of every par 5 so far, Yuvraj Sandhu. And if it's this, he walks away from this one with just a par, he will feel disappointed because this is where he's made the most gains. 3 of his 5 pars have come on the par 5s. Manu Gandas now with another chance to turn things around for his round, which has been, by his standards, a little disappointing. Taking his time as he always does. Narrower stance than most with the putter. Feet very close together. Most people opt for a wider stance, but Manu has his own way of doing things.
It's the same way that he missed, the way Yuvraj did.
And he, finally, you can see a little bit of annoyance the way he cracked the.
Back to action. Rohit Narwal. It'll be an interesting final day if this is going to be if the final group is going to be Yuvraj, Arjun Prasad, and Kshitish Navid Kaul.
Nice. Sharma making no mistake with that. Not an easy putt. Turning right to left and a significant amount at the end. And took his time, settled himself well into his stance before going for the putt. Now Narwal from the other side will have a slightly different challenge for him. It will go left to right. If what we saw from Sharma's putt is anything to go by, and Scaddy is very sort of just making the point that to make sure that keeps the ball just a shade outside the cup because the ball is going to go just that much from left to right. shadows getting longer as time ticks away from on moving day, the third day of the Gujarat Open at the Glade 1 course. Narwhal throwing in his putt just a little too hot. Ball glancing off the lip of the cup, spinning away.
4 holes left for the lead group. Narwhal holds it out. The leaderboard as it stands right now, Yuvraj Sandhu right at the top with 10 under. His one-time 5-shot lead having been cut to 2 shots by Kshitij Navid Kaul and Arjun Prasad, who have 3 holes left. Yuvraj has 4. The clubhouse leaders, Rohan Dhol Patil, Abhinav Lohan, and Rashid Khan at 6 under. They were joined by, no, they still have been joined by Mohammad Azhar and Vishesh Sharma, but they still have a couple of holes to play. Vishesh Sharma has moved up another one. Rookie Vishesh Sharma is doing a great job. He just picked up a birdie on the par 5 14th. He is one of the few players who is bogey free for the day. Indeed, a fantastic performance there from young man. Rohit Narwal and Vishesh were the two very few players, two of the very few players who are still bogey free today. And now only Vishesh Sharma is up there without a bogey so far.
Narwhal, in fact, Swami has dropped 2 shots on the back nine.
Yes, Narwhal has dropped 2 shots on the back nine, so that's been he's slipped down a bit.
And in the top 10, I think alongside Vishesh Sharma, Arjun Prasad is the only one who has a bogey-free card. These are the only 2 players in the top 10 who are yet.
See, that's how the leaderboard is. You drop 2 shots, he's suddenly out from top 7 or top 8 down to 17th. So there it is.
Very tight.
Very, very tight there, the leaderboard.
Dr. Turning the ball in, trying to use the slope, get the ball as close to the pin as possible. This is the final group of the day. As you can see, the shadows are now lying long across the fairway.
That's also because the trees are tall. They're growing tall.
And
it's still a young course.
And the TD is very much on the job, trying to push things along. Hurry up, lads. Hurry up, lads. We're running out of time. He's right there behind them in his cart. Mr. Chari making sure the boys bring the balls home on time. What? How else would we put it in golf?
A tough job out there.
Always is. Our leader, Yuvraj Sandhu, 10 under for the event, 4 under for the day. And he's playing his second. Put a little bit too much spin on that ball. It landed right next to the pin and spun away by a few feet. But still, given the way he's been putting, should not be a very difficult task to put one good number back against this game in a 9 that has seen him play well below the level he was playing at on the outbound 9. Manu Gandas up next. He's playing his third shot. I think he was in trouble in the rough to the left, in the jungle, in the bushes. Has a pin placed towards the front edge of the green. Looking to go high and spin as much as he can to make sure the ball doesn't run away down the slope.
There's some good news out there. Of course, not just from the Gujarat Open, but from the magical Kenya Open, where Indians Veer Alawat, the Order of Merit winner of the PGTI last year, and Shubhankar are playing. Veer Alawat has played 9 holes, starting from the back 9, and he is 4 under and lying 6th. Of course, only 9 out of the 72 holes have been played so far. So, but Veer Alawat has done a pretty good job. 3 birdies and an eagle, and 1 bogey in those 9 holes at the magical Kenya Open on the DP World Tour, where he got into by topping the PGTI Order of Merit, by being on top of the Tata Steel PGTI Order of Merit. So Manu Kandas did that a few years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, when he reached the DP World Tour, but unfortunately couldn't stay on there. Yuvraj Sandhu, that other man on the screen, lost out very narrowly on the Order of Merit race to Manu Kandas, and he is hoping to be the man to win the Order of Merit, very early to say so, just into the second event of the 2025 season for the PGTI. But nevertheless, big ambitions, big hope, and a lot of expectations. We are here at the Glade 1 presents Gujarat Open Golf Championships 2025 at the Glade 1 Golf Resort and Club in Ahmedabad. It's been a great day, a lot of action out there, a lot of birdies, a lot of spills, a few doubles too. But all in all, quite exciting. Exciting because we've seen a lot of new faces coming up every now and then. Kshitij Navedkar, of course, he's been around for a while, but still very, very young. We've had Vishesh Sharma doing fantastic. Subhash Tamang, very recently the All India Amateur Champion, who hails from Nepal. We've had Manu Gandas, of course. Then, of course, a lot of other young stars like Rohit Nalwal, who's just slipped a little bit now, and he's tied 17. But the key is new faces, a lot of talent, and certainly big hopes for Indian golf. And right on top is another young man, Yuvraj Sandhu, who had a bunch of titles in 2022, as did Manu Gandas. They are battling it out on the top, though Yuvraj seems to have raced ahead a fair bit. But it's not over till it's over, as they say. Manu Gandas is at 5 under, 1 over for the day. It's not been the greatest of days for him. He's dropped 4 bogeys and picked up 3 birdies, so he's actually over par for the day. While Yuvraj Sandhu 5 under for the day at one stage, dropped a bogey on the 13th, and he is 4 under, but leads the field by 2 shots. While he gets that drops, there must be huge amount of relief when you, after having so many close misses, to finally get the ball to drop.
I think Sandhu's in line to pick up another shot because you saw Saptak Talwar's ball spit out of the hole after seeming, and it looked like he had the pace under control, but it just spun out at the very last second. Sandhu sending it low and past the edge.
Such are the vagaries of golf. On the front 9, everything seemed to be dropping. Thereafter, nothing seems to be dropping for Yuvraj.
And the interesting thing, same 9 holes, golf then looked to be very easy.
Absolutely.
And suddenly it looks not so easy. So that's the way this game is. It's just amazing how quickly rhythm and focus can drift or shift. and he will feel that this is a missed opportunity to put just a little bit of more distance between himself and those who are closing in on him, actually, because Sandhu is now only 2 ahead of the field when at one time he led by 5.
The shoulders, which were so firm and broad, show a slight droop in them.
I think that's because they're playing 18 holes today, so they have played 9 and 9. So it's a double burden today.
Saptak Talwar finishes off his 15th. 3 more holes to go. So that's about another 45 minutes of game. Will we have the light till then? We should. I believe that play will go on till about 6:20 or 6:30. Action replay. Manu Gandas, one of the spots that finally did drop for him. And here is Yuvraj. After missing the putt going in, gets the one back. Saptak cleans up. The group ahead, Gaurav Pratap Singh.
This game has gone off the boils on. The back nine has not been kind to him. Gaurav now putting from distance.
Yeah, he's had 2 bogeys on the back nine so far, on the 12th and the 14th. And the 14th one must have been hurting because it's a par 5. That's where a lot of people have actually picked up a good bunch of birdies. He's one of the few players who's actually dropped a shot. You'll have to come down right to the 25th player. The top 20 players have either birdied or even done better. Kshitish picked up an eagle there. A lot of pars there too, but on the par 5 14th, our man Gaurav Pratap Singh is one of the very few to have actually dropped a shot. Amongst top 25, he's the only one to have done that. Good one for Vishesh. After 4 birdies in the first, Gaurav Pratap Singh. Gaurav Pratap Singh hangs in the top 10, but he should have been a lot better. So Yuvraj Sandhu, 4 under through the first 6 holes, has since then managed only 1 birdie, against which he had a bogey too. So
That par would be a disappointing one because that would have, had he converted for a birdie, it would have given him at least a 3 shot cushion on the chasing pack, which is 2 away now behind him. Final 3 holes of the day to go, and the lead down to 2. We've certainly seen some action today. Moving day has turned out to be just that. There's been movement every which way, upwards and downwards. And the 2 men currently sharing second place, Arjun Prasad and Kshitij Navid Kaul, putting in some really positive move on the day. Saptak Talwar now in the trees, and which is way out of trouble. Has been a very popular spot on this particular hole, the 16th, 17th. He has also gone left, but at least has kept his ball on the green. Tendency from that spot has generally been to find the bunker on the left. But this case, the ball is on the green. Manu Gandas now this tee shot on the par 3 16th. Hasn't been the best of days for this man. 2 years ago, he was on top of the PGTI Order of Merit. Played the European Tour on the basis of his rankings victory and back on home soil, so to say. Started the day in share of the lead. Has not really had the best of times, but seems to have found his focus a little bit more on the back nine, where he has put his ball within putting distance for a much needed birdie. Our leader, event leader, Yuvraj Sandhu, up by 2 at the moment. At one point led by 5. Has seen his lead whittled away by a combination of his one drop shot and some hot form from those behind him, particularly the two in shared second place. Yuvraj Sandhu, 116, par 3. Sends it high, looking to keep as much control on it as possible. It stays a little bit to the left, and a little further short than you would have liked. Manu Gandas doing the best job of the three, putting his ball perfectly in position for to go for a bird. Talwar coming out nicely from that slightly left lie, and Sandhu staying well short. The shortest of, in fact, of the three.
Sorry. It certainly is a warm day. You can see that towel on the left shoulder of Saptak Talwar as he walks up the 16th fairway. Now it's not easy out there.
Yeah, just an update for me in between for a while. We didn't see any updates on the scores of Arjun Prasad and Kshitij Navit Kaul, but we just had an update. Arjun now into the sold second place. He picked up one more shot on the 17th, the par 4 17th, while Kshitij parred the last 3 holes. So he's third, sole third on 8 under in the clubhouse. So the clubhouse target now is 9 under. So only one behind the leader. He's just Arjun Prasad hot on Yuvraj Sandhu's heels. He will now start to feel the pressure because the lead which he had at one point, like you said, at 5 shots is now been cut away to 1. And
I wouldn't want to speak with Amandeep Joel right now because he very rightly said, I mean, Yuvraj might seem to be running away, but it is never like that. It is still close. So a 5-shot lead has now dwindled down to 1.
And most impressively, Arjun has gone bogey free for the day.
Absolutely, a fantastic effort. So he's been bogey free, as is Vishesh right now.
Seven birdies on the day. Brilliant run. The fact that you're playing this course twice might make it look like it's not that difficult a job, but as we've seen from the leader, when you can, if your concentration slips for even a little bit, how quickly that lead can evaporate. Now he will know, Yuvraj will know that or he may not know because there are no leaderboards around the course. So, but he is just one up on the lead. So moving day has been really, really productive for Arjun. Kshitij is also very, very close behind, just 2 off the pace.
It would be mixed feelings for Yuvraj. He actually started the day in shared lead with Manu Gandas and then moved away from the field by as much as 5 shots, only to come back to just 1. So he must be really thinking that he had kind of put the daylight between him and the rest of the people. And now suddenly it's just 1. And I mean, any small mistake from here could actually mean shared lead again, and that is something which you know is a psychological a blow for more than anything else. Now he didn't get anywhere close to the hole, and he has now put himself into a very, very challenging and my favorite word, a knee knocker to get back.
Yeah, it's almost like we're seeing a completely different player playing the front nine now, playing the second nine.
It started playing on his mind. Well, I wonder if somebody has actually told him that Arjun Prasad is just kind of closing in.
He needs to sort of compose himself, I think. He still has 2 holes after this to, um, uh, again, eke out a bit of an advantage before the final round. But yeah, he definitely needs to get himself back together again. This was a horrendous putt. I mean, there's no other.
And remember, Rahul, I mean, the 9th or the 18th, whichever way you call it, it's not the easiest of holes. It hasn't actually thrown up too many birdies. So that's going to be a bit of a problem also. We've had a bit of a change in the scoreboard. I think the scoreboards have come in, and suddenly we now see that both Kshitij and Arjun are 9 under. So obviously there was some scoreboard error between the people, the markers, and the players' actual scoreboards.
Yeah, they revised Arjun's score down.
No, Arjun is 9. Kshitij has moved up to
Also 9.
9 also. So there's 7 under for both Kshitij and Arjun.
Right.
And interestingly, Kshitij had only 2 pars on the back 9. He had 4 birdies and an eagle against 1 bogey and 1 double bogey. What an action-packed day.
In fact, Swami, they matched each other perfectly from over the last 4 holes 15, 16, 17, and 18. Birdie, par.
Correct.
Flying finish. Flying photo finish.
As they say, feeding
In
off each
horserace.
other.
Yeah, that's also quite true.
So he's got 2 people sniping at his heels now, Yuvraj. Kshitij Kaul and Arjun Prasad. Kshitij Kaul, a young, hungry man with 4 titles against his name already at this young age of 25. And Arjun Prasad at 27 or 28, I think, searching for his first one after a couple of seconds and fighting through injuries.
First real test for our day-long leader. Let that first putt just fly past the pin, and now he has Swami's favorite knee knocker to even save par. And by now, I'm sure he knows Swami that these two are right on his tail. There's nothing left now between him and the rest of the field, or at least the closest chasing pack, one shot away. Though between the 2 in second place and the others in fourth, there is a 3-shot gap. So it's effectively the 3 of them out in front at the moment.
Some relief there for Yuvraj.
He stood firm. I mean, other than that one drop shot, which was quite a surprise. I mean, that par 3.
That's right. I mean, when you see those barrage of birdies from the front line, you suddenly feel that something's gone wrong just because he didn't have birdies.
Also, he's grinded well, up and downs. He's fought his way through situations. This is not the first of his this was just one of at least 3 difficult putts, as I recall, through the days. So he's hung in there well, but it's just that the chasing pack has really picked up pace. This has been a hot run from a few players today. 5 under, 7 under. These are big scores, big numbers. So it's not that he's done anything very wrong. He's 4 under on his own.
That's right.
He's still being chased down. So
you don't need to do anything wrong.
Yeah,
you just need to do more than right.
a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for?
अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
End of the third day, an aerial view of the Glade 1 resort, a lovely resort hosting a PGTI event for the 5th year in succession, for the 5th season, a tournament that has seen in rising purses from 30 lakhs in the inaugural year to 1 crore. In fact, it's the third successive year that the tournament has put up a purse of 1 crore. Indeed, an absolutely fabulous one. It shows the strength and the growth of PGTI over the past few years. In fact, of the 11 tournaments released on the schedule for the first one-third of the season, so to say, there is no tournament which is less than 1 crore in terms of prize purse. So it is actually the growing rewards that are available for the players which have actually taken the performance to a new high. That's Azhar, an experienced player who's come quite close to winning a few times. Playing alongside Yashas Chandra of Mysore. Yashas Chandra of Mysore. He is now close to the final stages of the third round. That's not been the best of days for this young man from Mysore, who started the day at 1 under for the first 9 holes, and he was 1 under for the first 18 holes with 34 and 35. Now it's been a lot of grief today. He began bogey, and he is now 3 over for the day. He was 3 under for the first 18 holes, which is like 34 and 35, but he's already 3 over for today, and that has actually put him at a total of even par. And he's dropped down to the 34th place. Subhash Tamang here. Subhash Tamang is quite a favorite, and a favorite player back in his country at the Gokarna Golf Resort. He was feted and celebrated a lot when he won the All India Amateur Championships by beating Rohit Narwal in the final 2 years ago. Subhash's first season was a modest one. He's looking to make a mark. when he got into the PGTI last year through the qualifying school. It wasn't the best of years. He made quite a few cuts. He made about 5 cuts, but was unable to hold his card. He had to come back again through the final stage this year. Like Vishesh and Rohit Narwal, Subhash Tamang also came through the qualifying school this year. He did the same last year, was unable to keep his card, and this year is playing with limited status. But he should get into most of the events. He was 50 odd in the standings at the Q school. Let's go back to the lead group. Our lead group of the day, that is Saptak Talwar.
Anu, in fact, just played before him and didn't look too happy with the result of his second shot. Had quite a perplexed look on his face, and what did I do over there, kind of. But then, until we get to the green, we don't know. Talwar now with a wedge in hand, face open. Obviously, not very far to go. A short par for 385 yards, throwing the ball in. Saptak Talwar holding his pose. Looks like he likes it, but Yuvraj Sandhu a lot closer to the green, closest in fact of the three. He took the short route over the bunkers, fairway bunkers, and is also a short wedge in hand. He's going through this drill one last time before he sends
A
the
bit of
ball.
uncertainty in his mind.
It just looks like he's getting his lines. It's in a slightly more feathery lie than the other two. It's just a tuft of grass under the ball, so may impact his in the contact. Let's see. So all three in the final group seem to be safely on the green. It's par 4, 17th hole, another par 4 to go. Course's signature island hole will see the finish of day's proceedings. The group ahead of them already on their way. Saptak Talwar and our day's leader, Yuvraj Sandhu, waiting for the third member of their group, Manu, to join them on the green. Manu is just off the putting surface. Still opting to play a putter, long downhill putt. Looks like it's a little bit from left to right. Remains to be seen. Let's see which way it goes. Taking his time. He's worked his way back into contention after a very iffy front nine. He's completely had a very different back nine, ball breaking right to left in this case. And here gives you an idea of how fast the greens are, because we've been talking about 11.5 speeds, and here you saw an example. Manu just barely putting his putter surface to the ball and sending it a good 30-35 feet to where the pin was. So that's going through the closing formalities for the day, for the penultimate day, moving day at the rupees 1 crore Gujarat Open 2025, presented by Glade 1 at the Glade 1 Golf Club. The third member of the lead group, Saptak Talwar, doing a little bit of gardening, settling the nerves. Has actually done well to hang on here. He dropped 2 shots, but he's picked up 3 and has an opportunity to add one more birdie to his card for the day.
That was Rohit Narwal on feed 2.
Excellent conversion there, Swami, that by Saptak. He stood on that for the longest possible time, but that actually gave him a very good, solid assessment of what he needed to do. Now Yuvraj Sandhu, his penultimate opportunity to put a little bit of a gap between himself and the 2 men who are closest to him, Arjun Prasad and Kshitij Navid, called both on 9 under. Yuvraj Sandhu currently 10 under with this one putt, hopefully, and one more hole to go for the day.
There you can see the anguish in Gaurav's actions. Yuvraj strokes. He knows it's not going in.
And a miss. 2 sets of reactions. Saptak Talwar before him walked up and picked up his ball from inside the cup. Yuvraj having to finish the formalities. And just still that 1 stroke ahead of the 2 men in tied second place. A 5-way tie for 4th at the moment. Rohan Thole Patil, Rashid Khan, Abhinav Lohan, already back in the clubhouse. Vishesh Sharma still to finish his round. He is playing the last hole Manu Vandas alongside him. So Manu has really actually made his way back, Swami, from after that unusual first nine. He's really played some steady golf, picked up 2 shots, and that's been enough to see him back in the top five. Top.
See, that's it, because the leaderboard is so crowded. You pick up a couple of shots, and then suddenly you see that you have an outside chance there.
Right.
Now, at 6 under, I am not too sure if that was a par. Was that a par? It was a par. So he's 6 under, one more hole to go. Of course, not the easiest ones, the 18th. So what happens is that he will suddenly, he's not too far back. As of now, he's 4 behind Yuvraj. Yuvraj still has to get this par putt. And this will be, so he's just actually 3 behind the group, the second place group of duo of Arjun and Kshitij.
Yeah, Manu was basically held station
no
through
more
the day.
damage.
Yeah, no,
So
sorry.
Manu's just about managed to kind of salvage his round after a lot of birdies. He was 2 over through the first 6 with 3 bogeys and 1 birdie. But since then, he's picked up 3 birdies and against only 1 bogey. So that's actually salvaged this round. He's even par for the day, and that was a nice one. A replay of first Saptak.
Absolutely
Now,
brilliant,
Manu.
brilliant read, Swami. The ball, the amount of movement from right to left on that ball.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects 2 parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
So there you are. The final group now getting to the 18th, but we've got the scores here updated right up to the 16th. Yuvraj Sandhu at 10 under, followed closely by Arjun Prasad and Kshitij. Naved Kaul at 9 under each. Rohan Dhol Patil, Rashid Khan, Abhinav Lohan, Vishesh Sharma, Manu Gandas, all tied at 6 under. And that is really, really close. Hani Basoya, who finished with a double bogey, is 10th, tied 10th with Azhar and Gaurav Pratap Singh. So what we need to see is as many as 12 players within 5 shots. Of course, Yuvraj has got a 1 shot lead over there. But it's actually been very, very close. And we've seen today's action has suggested that there can be very quick swings, And well, this golf course is not really easy. I mean, it's quite challenging in that sense. The green speed is quite fast, 11.5. It's going to be the same for the final day, also, I'm assuming. It could even be, it certainly shouldn't be more than that, but 11.5 is absolutely fantastic. It's international standards. And all these guys should be used to that. And it could be a tough day again. So it's quite a challenge. Though at one point, Yuvraj Sandhu seemed to make a mockery of it by going 5 shots ahead of the whole field. And now here a lovely aerial shot of the 9th or the 18th. The final hole was around for the lead group. Yuvraj Sandhu, Saptak Talwar and Manu Gandas. Out of the top place, among the very, very few people who picked a birdie, let me tell you 3 people who picked a birdie here, or rather 4 people who picked up a birdie among many, was Abhinav Lohan, Karandeep Kochar, Om Prakash Chauhan and Angad Chima. Quite a good list, quite a solid looking list there.
Yeah, a good number of double bogeys as well.
Oh, a lot of bogeys. So lots and lots of bogeys and double bogeys. So this is not really the easiest of holes, but it's also not. Look at that lovely walk around. It looks like an athletic circuit there.
Great work by the drone camera. It's giving us a very kind of bird's eye view of this walk down the last final fairway of the day. You can see the players now on your to the right of your screen approaching the green. This is a signature hole of the course. Apparently, it's an island green, par four, which is probably one reason why we've seen double bogeys. If you leave land and get into water, you will end up with at least a bogey, if not a double. So play safe must be the sort of first thought when you come to this hole. Don't go
Yeah.
bonkers. Conservative approach.
If you got a chance for a birdie, if you're there, go for it. Otherwise, take a safe path and go home.
And in fact, on the front line, both Manu and Yuvraj Sandhu were perilously close to, going off the back edge of the green and into the water. Manu, in fact, was in the rough, guarding the back end of the green, and Yuvraj was just a foot inside. So yeah, they've already seen the risks of being too aggressive on approach for this hole. So Abhinav Lohan, of course, defending champion, he was one of those who went for it and reaped the benefit, while Hani Basoya had to pay with a double. So who's to say what is the right approach? It's for the player to decide and for the golf gods to execute thereafter.
Archit Prasad had a fantastic day. 7 birdies for a bogey-free 7 under round for the day. And another man who executed and kind of put on a fantastic display was rookie Vishesh Kumar. He played 3 under for the day, again bogey-free. So really a fantastic performance from Vishesh, a rookie who's come through the qualifying school. Another beautiful view of the 18th.
That was a great approach shot. Talwar launching his ball with a lot of spin at the flag and literally making it dance around the pin as it settles. Excellent birdie opportunity for him. Looks like his Manu Gandas is up next. He's very close to the fairway bunker. I beg your pardon, that is Yuvraj Sandhu. He's up next. This will be a testing final hole for him. He knows he's just in the lead by 1. What does he go to try and increase it or just hold station? Launches it high and safely on the green. No risks this time. Talwar knows he has to make a push forward. Sandhu knows he doesn't have to do anything of the sort. He can just hold station, come back tomorrow and push for the big prize. Again, for Manu Ganda's similar situation as for Talwar, he has to make a play to better his score. He's done really well in his back nine. Played some steady golf. Dropped a shot early, but he's kind of come back.
I think what must be uppermost in the minds of these three young men would be that they just hold on there, stay in there, don't drop any shots. Just take a par and get moving.
Nice high launch. Should be plenty of spin on that ball. Stops it. This is what I love about watching professionals play. Swami. The immense control. That ball stopped like it had brakes. I mean, it plummeted out of the sky. It would have run anyway, but so much of spin and so much of control that just dropped there and stopped there. This is what makes watching these boys play so much fun, such a pleasure. And also gives us hackers a huge inferiority complex at the same time. But what to do? That's the way the game is. So it's okay. I still love watching this. It's great to see.
So coming around the 18th, it's actually quite a lovely hole.
Yeah, it is built as the signature hole of the course of the 9 they've built so far. So until Mr. Player and his team, Gary Player Design, add to the numbers, this stays as someone's hitching a ride. I think he's done enough walking for the day. I'm sure the players are looking forward to getting back to the rooms, or probably go to the driving. Some of these boys will head for the driving range.
Oh, yes.
Instead
The
of
golfers are gluttons for practice and they want to knock off the rust. I don't know where they see that rust, of course, but really do. So
I mean, a great
the
example.
actors are there on the stage.
Sorry. Another great, I was saying, a great example of that was the recent event at the DLF where Bryson DeChambeau came to India for the first time, and he just looked like he had come to stay at the golf course for 5 days. He didn't look like he was ever going to leave. 4 hours of practice, 5 hours of practice in the dark. So he was an absolutely classic case of what makes these guys so special. So anyway, here we are at day's end. Last few moves and putts for the day. Lead group. That's our leader on screen in front of you. Yuvraj Sandhu, winner of the season opening event in Kolkata at the Tolly, the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship. Looking to close things out for the day and take at least that slim one shot lead into the final day over two people who kept charging at him through the day on 7 under each. Yeah, on 7 under each, Arjun Prasad and Kshitij Navid Kaur, who were on 9 under to Yuvraj Sandhu's 10 under. One shot separating the top three, who are in turn separated from those behind by a further 3 strokes. Five men sharing fourth place. Rohan Dhole Patil, the earliest finisher. Thereafter, Rashid Khan, defending champion Abhinav Lohan. Vishesh Sharma rounding off an excellent day for himself. The young man bringing in a 3 under, flawless 3 under, no bogeys on his card at all, very rare. So he will be a very, very happy youngster when at the end of the day, though he knows he still has a day to go. Manu Ganda is clawing his way back, actually fighting his way back from from an indifferent front nine to be back in the top 10, in fact, in a share of top 4 now for the moment.
Crowded fourth position.
Crowded fourth position. Saptak Talwar has also joined him there on that two birdies in the last 4 holes. So if he gets one more here, he will be in sole fourth place. He has the chance because he's given himself a very, very good look at birdie on this final hole of the day. Saptak Talwar actually sending a dart at the final green and successfully so. Very well positioned to make a birdie. Manu Ganda's co-leader at the start of the day has the longest putt on this final hole of day 3. Moving day at the rupees 1 crore Gujarat Open presented by Glade 1.
Next week, the tour travels to Chhattisgarh, and then it'll come back again to Ahmedabad at the Kensville.
That's what we again kind of things we're talking about, Swami. This new greenfield venue, a brand new course. First time the PGTI has traveled to Chhattisgarh. So
Absolutely.
not only players coming out of new venues, but new venues popping up on the PGTI calendar. So kudos to the team who are at the top of the.
There it is, Manu Gandas.
Manu late
Holds it.
birdie. That spices things up even more. So he's now in sole fourth place on 7 under par. Well, Yuvraj Sandhu also put
excellent finish over the last 8 holes. 3 birdies there for Manu Gandas.
tremendous. I mean, he really overcame that stutter at the start, and he's really played gutsy golf. Full credit to him for that. He just sort of absorbed the blows, whatever came his way, and he's stuck by what he wanted to do, and is really very, very pleasing to see this kind of. These are the days when you can, separate the good from the really good, and you grind your way through a tough patch, and you come out on the other side. Day's leader also picking up a stroke. Or was it his fourth? Difficult to say. I think that was his second putt.
Yeah, it was his second putt, I think.
Saptak also will putt for birdie. Because that was a real, absolute hammer that he sent down from his second shot. Beautiful approach. So if he does that, then he joins Manu in fourth place on 7 under. That's it. That's the last part of the day. And, I'm sure
Let's wait for the confirmation of the scores there.
Release.
Saptak Talwar running on the day.
Started the day in the co-lead, Swami, Yuvraj Sandhu, and still in the lead by 1. So he has made gains.
Nice finish there was Saptak. 3 birdies in the last 5 holes.
Absolutely.
No, I think he got a birdie there, isn't it, at the 18th?
I should think so, yeah.
So it's been a good day for him. Or rather a good finish. And Yuvraj Sandhu, thinking of what could have been. It's not as if he's had a bad day.
Exactly. All he's done is basically drop one shot. It's just that the others around him.
Others have picked up.
Yeah.
He played well at the start, and the others started picking up in the back 9, or rather the second 9. So I think at the end of the day, it's been great competition. The contest has been really solid. Everybody's actually played so super. I think it's a testament and a credit to Indian golf, to the PGTI, and the way it is. So as darkness descends here on Glade 1, which presents the Gujarat Open Championships, Golf Championships, for the 5th time. It's been a fantastic day so far. It's been a fantastic day all the way. The players going around the golf course twice, of course. And the day's best scores came from Kshitij Navedkol and Arjun Prasad, 7 under each. Arjun Prasad was bogey free. Absolutely fabulous. whereas Kshitij has no less than 8 birdies. Yes, 8 birdies and an eagle. So that was it. So the highest number of birdies, 8 birdies and an eagle against one bogey and one double bogey. What a fabulous display by this young man, Naveed Kaul. So he is there in tied second place alongside Arjun Prasad, the leader Yuvraj Sandhu, who was the winner last week at the Tollygunge PGTI Players Championship in Tollygunge, looking for his second win in a row and back-to-back wins, always a pleasure. In the long wait